Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. We are super excited to be here. Of course, my name is Zika. I'm joined by the very lovely Proxy. How are you doing today?
I am so excited to be back, DK. PMPL is back. It is 2023. Spring season is going to be hyped. We were talking about, some of the crazy team shifts that we've had in the meantime. So many new teams, so many new faces. It is going to be such an exciting season. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty excited. I cannot wait to see what our teams are going to be doing once they step out onto the battlefield. Of course, as we know, today marks the first day, the beginning of our 2023 season. And I think it is going to be an absolutely exciting one. We've got so much in store coming through. As you've already pointed out, we had a few new teams coming in. We have a few returning teams, as well as a few team name changes coming in. So definitely want to see what all that is about. But of course, as we know, we have quite a few things to talk about before we get into our very first game. And we are going to be looking at things like the format, the points, the bonus points, and a few other nice changes that has also now come through. So I'm curious to see how all that is going to play out. And I think that is going to make for a super exciting 2023 season.
Oh, the season is just going to be absolutely incredible. I know that the teams have been working at it. I know the teams have been ready for a long time. And DK, it's not too different from the last time we saw them in PMPL Fall 2022. The format is relatively the same.
Yeah, it definitely is. As we know, we are, of course, now entering into that league stage, and that is going to consist of 3 phases or 3 weeks. It will be 5 days each, with all 20 teams competing with no super weekends, as we did see that change, as you've already pointed out. And the top 16 teams will then advance forward into those finals. And once we get into the finals, the team have the addition of those extra additional bonus points, as we saw come through from the previous season. So the heat is going to be on. The pressure is going to be on. And what we also saw in the previous season, back in 2022, was that on day number 5, we have an additional map that is going to be coming in as well. And of course, as we've seen a few changes, that map too has changed. We've gone from Livik all the way over to Vikendi. And I know this is something that a lot of the players have actually, and the supporters have asked for, is looking to see Vikendi come back into the competitive scene.
A little bit of action, and it's not going to stop there, right? We have to keep throwing the teams into a gauntlet. We have to keep throwing surprises at them. And we know since we last saw each other from PMPL Fall 2022, the points have obviously done a little bit of a shifting. Now, we started on that trend all so long ago into that more aggressive trend of PUBG Mobile, and it's just going to continue now with the points change moving on in, making elimination so much more important, making the trend of PUBG Mobile so much more aggressive. It is fantastic.
Yep, of course, we did see this beautiful announcement come through for the change in the point system. 10 points awarded to first place. Then there's a little bit of a drop off moving into second, which is only worth 6 points. And it stops at that 7th to 8th placement, right? That is only worth one single placement point. So if you land anywhere between that 9th and 16th place, you've got to go back with a whole bag of donuts. But you can still cancel out a few of those donuts by securing yourself a few eliminations along the way, which is still worth 1 point.
Oh, it is massive, DK. So, we always talk about this. We love that aggressive energy in PUBG Mobile. We love it when the teams they go for those engagements. They start those fights and they intend at least to end them in the right way. So now we are rewarding the more aggressive players. We're rewarding that more aggressive style. And for teams who haven't yet adopted that very aggressive energy, that very engagement heavy style of play, they're going to suffer now into the season if they don't adapt, because that is going to be the meta. That is going to focus here for us to see who are those teams who can be aggressive, stay aggressive, and actually come out winning at the end of the day.
Yeah, and as we know, a great showing of that aggression is also then the additional performances coming through from the teams on the respective end of leagues, right? So we do have the bonus points that are going to come through as well, just as we saw in the previous season. So that first place for the week is going to be worth 20 points, and the last place for the week is going to be worth only 1 point. Now, that is going to be the trend across the board, across all 3 weeks of league stage. But then also the bonus points are then awarded for the teams that, well, regarding to where they place on the overall league standing. So there will be 4 opportunities for teams to secure bonus points. As we know, the maximum that one particular team can get is up to 80 points. We've not seen that yet, but who knows? Maybe this season there could be a bit of an opportunity for that.
Look, I would love to see a team coming out of the woodworks and just suddenly being the dominating force, making sure that they're getting the most possible points leading into the finals, giving them that beautiful safety net. I mean, a whole extra 80 points that you didn't have to like work that hard for, that are just going to be thrown in your pocket into finals. Come on. I mean, it is like the perfect jump board into a weekend where you are looking to make yourself known as the PMPL Africa champion. So I'm so excited to see if we are going to have a team that's going to be rising to the top consistently, or if we're once again going to have that back-to-back fight. I mean, we had a very exciting last season where every single week we thought we knew who that winner was. We thought we knew who was going to get that maximum 20 points. And then, well, we were made to eat our words. So.
Yeah, that was definitely a situation and quite a bit of a thing that we saw. But as we know, there's also going to be a few new additional surprises. So aside from our prize pool that we also have now an additional Vikendi reward. So those teams that are going to be making it through in towards Vikendi, there will be an additional prize coming through, right? We have the Robin Hood, which is for the most eliminations by crossbow. We have the Look at My Style as well, which is, I think, is going to be a very exciting one. A little bit of that ban finishing, right? The ban is going to be worth the most points, coming through on 5. And then, of course, the vehicle and the utility knockout also then going to be worth quite a few points on that. But while we're looking at this, I also just want to talk about the prize pool that we've got, right? So for the league stage, as we saw in the previous seasons, all the teams are going to be walking away with the exact same amount regardless of their performance coming through in the league stage, which is going to be $1,300. We know the MVP will also then be picking up an award there, but the finals is where you want to get, right? That is where there's a bigger breakdown on top of what we see here with the Vikendi rewards.
Oh, it's beautiful. So I mean, on top of those league finishes, on top of those, those extra little bit of cash that they can get just for making it to PMPL Africa, we have those 2 bonuses in the form of the MVP award and of course that $1,000 that is awarded to the Vikendi awards, broken down in those various challenges, which I think are going to be very exciting. I want to see what those crossbows are going to be looking like. And I mean, we've seen what these nades are looking like in PMPL Africa. We've seen the vehicle strats in PMPL Africa, right? They have been playing bumper cars since day number 1. So I am expecting a lot from these teams.
Yeah, I can't argue with you on that. I am super excited to see how that whole Vikendi bonus thing is going to play out and who will be the players or the teams to secure those additional rewards. I think it adds a nice level of excitement to the whole setup, right? Vikendi, as we know already, is a somewhat challenging map to play on. A lot of times it sometimes gets a little bit disregarded, but it is going to be so exciting to see once the teams step out onto that. And speaking about our attending teams, here we have the beautiful list of our teams divided into their groups. But remember, this is only the groups for this week.
There's going to be a little bit of a shuffle from week to week to week, so they can't get too comfortable, right? And we can't get too comfortable saying that, CRYPTICS is in Group A or Titans is in Group B, because no, it is going to change every single week. So they can't get too comfortable in their slots. I mean, everything's just constantly going to be changing, and we want to keep them on their toes, DK. They can't get too comfortable.
Oh, no, they definitely can't. And of course, as we look at the teams, we have a few returning teams, as we've mentioned before. Of course, also then a few new faces, right? We've got TIMEOUT Esports there. We know URUS Esports is also just one of those teams that had a bit of a name change. Black Hand also being one of the teams, the former Slime 4KT. But then we see other names that we do recognize, like CRYPTICS. We see Titan Gaming also up in the mix. And it was interesting to look back at the previous season because we know Titans, they took the league stage, but CRYPTICS stepped up and they claimed themselves the finals. But Black Hand, back then known as Slime 4KT, they took 3rd place in league and in the finals.
And for me, what's important from those statistics, right, is if you take a look at it in terms of eliminations to placement points in every single one of those scenarios, even though Titans, whether they were leading or not, they were ahead in terms of eliminations. And we know eliminations are going to be the main focus coming back into the season because of the point change. So, yes, there is a point to say, look, CRYPTICS, I mean, they don't really need an introduction. If you've been watching PMPL Africa, you know the name CRYPTICS, you know their players. Same with Titans. Both of those teams with that PMGC experience now coming back, bringing that into PMPL Africa, it's going to be a whole different ball game with the point system on top of it, because we know that they are two very aggressive teams, two teams that are extremely comfortable being aggressive. They've never not been comfortable being aggressive, and now, well, they're just going to get awarded more for it. Teak the Terminator's back, and it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful exchange between these teams. The only question is, like you said, so many new challenges. Are they going to rise to the occasion? Are we going to eat our words in the first map? Who knows?
Yeah, I want to see a few of those dark horse performances, right? I want to see a few monstrous performances even come through from our defending teams that have already had the opportunity, that have had their go in the previous seasons of PMPL. So, you know, on that, we also then going to segue to a big shout out to our sponsor there, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And as I want to see who's going to crack open those cans once they step out onto the battlefield, right? I want a can of Monster being just swung all over the place. I want to see an absolutely exciting bit of action come through. And of course, as we know, we are going to be working through our map rotations as well. And as we saw in the previous season, there is going to be a change up from day to day. So whatever the lineup is for today, that is going to change entirely moving into tomorrow's games. And I think that, again, adds to the level of the complexity, right? You just can't get all too comfortable and really get set in your ways. You always need to bring that extra level of adjustment through as well.
It's the adaptability of those teams that we constantly keep testing. We want consistency. We want them to be able to adapt to point changes. We want them to be able to adapt to groups, to maps, to all the changes we keep throwing at them to find who is the proper PMPL Africa champion. Because only the best of the best will be able to take every single challenge on head on and come out on top. So, of course, today's map, I mean, as balanced as we could possibly be. I just wish there was like a Vikendi, but we'll have to wait for Sunday. That's okay. But I mean, in terms of just the spacing that these teams have to work with, this is as balanced as we're going to get for the first day.
Yeah, I mean, the first day is always the nicest day, right? You have a beautiful Erangel sandwich, a little bit of that Sanhok action in the middle, followed up by Miramar on either side of that. But I think the most important thing also then to look at on this graphic is going to be the team or the group rotation. So in our very first match, Group E are going to be sitting it out. They'll be joining us moving into game number 2, but then it is the opportunity for Group D to have a bit of a rest, then C, then B, and then of course moving into match number 5, Group A will have completed all 4 their maps for the day. So this will again kind of promote that opportunity for teams to continuously try and push the envelope, push it to that extra next level.
I mean, 4 maps a day for every single team, 5 days a week. These are the opportunities that lay ahead of them for every single phase as we move through PMPL Africa. And these are the opportunities they have to get those points, to get themselves up on that leaderboard, to get themselves closer and closer to the bonus points as we head into the weekend. So these teams starting today, day number 1, first match of the day. I expect a little bit of nerves. I expect a little bit of chaos and a little bit of just sussing out the competition, right? Because a lot of new names, a lot of new faces, all of a sudden there's a whole different strategy out on the battlefield, and they need to get used to that and see what they can kind of get away with. So maybe day 1 might be a little bit more chaotic. What do you think?
Well, I mean, so I got to ask you this. You're talking about the chaotic side of this very first match, right? What is your prediction? Who do you think is going to be the team to take that very first winner chicken dinner on map number 1, day number 1, right here in our 2023 spring season?
I mean, we've only been here for a few minutes and you're already putting me in the hot seat, but that's okay.
I have to. It's my job.
Look at this man. So, I mean, there's a big talk when it comes to Titans and CRYPTICS. I mean, they are two names that we don't really need to introduce much. Coming through from the PMGC challenge, coming through from the performance that they put out. Obviously, I would lean a little bit more towards Titans because they came through 18th overall in the PMGC 2022, whereas CRYPTICS went out a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to. But they are both teams that I would not underestimate. However, there's been a lot of roster shuffles. There's been a lot of changes now moving into today's tournament. And looking at the scrims, I'd be hard-pressed to 100% say any single team. I want to lean towards CRYPTICS. I want to lean towards Titans, but I feel like there's going to be a new challenger. There's going to be something that we're not going to be expecting, and I'm here for it. I want to be proven wrong. I'm going to say Titans. Yeah. I'm happy if I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, I want to throw in a little bit of a wild card, right? So obviously we've been looking at what we had happen in the previous season, how that went. Titans, CRYPTICS, they took the first and second place all the way back in the full season of 2022. But I want to see teams that weren't performing on that exact point, right? Locking in the first chicken dinner or landing in that second place. I want to see that additional step. I want to see that extra level of surprise. So having said all of that, I want to go with VST or VISTA, whichever name they go by now, right? That's the team that I want to see grab the first winner chicken dinner. Is that going to happen? I mean, it's your guess as good as mine. All we can do is just sit, wait, and find out what this first map has in store for us.
I mean, we were talking about it a little bit off camera, right? Vista Gaming coming through. If they won the first map today and they won the first map last season, I kind of feel like it has to happen. It's like fate, man. I would love that pattern to happen, but again, there's so many different teams. I mean, just chatting to some of the viewers off camera, they were rooting for a whole different set of teams. I mean, we have like RUKH Esports. A majority of the players in there are from Kazakhstan. New challenger, new players. Let's bring in the new names. You know, let's bring in something that is going to completely shock us, because the statistics are nice and all, but they're not as accurate, and they can never be as accurate. We have to take them, unfortunately, with a piece of salt. So now we need to see who's going to be bringing in that first winner chicken dinner. And the biggest question, DK, are they going to continue that? Because we know first day, first map, it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. You know, we need to see how that's going to continue.
Oh, yes, it is a little bit crazy, but I'm also excited and looking forward to hearing what our viewers think. So be sure to hit us up on social media. Tell us your thoughts, right? Who do you think is going to be the team to take that very first winner chicken dinner right here today? You could also tell us which teams you are here to support. And if you don't know all the social media links by now, they should be in the video description where you are watching right now. So be sure to hit us up and include the hashtag PMPL Africa, right? Because that way we can find those posts and we know who's talking to us. So it is going to be quite exciting to see what those teams will have in store. It does seem like Esmery has frozen, or she just became really good at keeping absolutely still for a brief moment there. It does seem like she has disconnected. Oh, there we go. She's back. We're not playing the mime game anymore. But yeah, I mean, we've been talking about so many different things, and you know, this makes me so excited as we are going to be transitioning into our very first game. There's no more time for us to sit and wait and wonder and ponder as to the performance of our teams.
No, we're not. No more pondering anymore, DK, right? We are here. We want to find out who's going to be that champion for the first map. We're going to find out who's going to take that first winner chicken dinner. And I mean, what a way to start. We were talking about what a balanced first day this is in terms of the map pool. And now look at this flight path. I mean, come on. We are just giving everyone an opportunity here.
Oh, well, let's see. I mean, this is an absolutely phenomenal start to the game. Very centralized flight path. The team's having a great opportunity to get themselves now situated and sorted out. But I'm curious to see where that first initial zone is going to be forming. Is it going to be complementary to the flight path? Is it going to look to throw a bit of a spanner in the works? I'm not going to lie here, but if it goes south, I'm not going to be upset.
South or north even. I mean, I feel like either way would be pretty fun. We know that, you know, south is
it
personally...
does seem like we could potentially have lost a little bit of S-proxy along the way
you did
there.
kind of lose me, but you can still hear me.
But either which way. Well, I can hear her. She's just not audible to everyone else. But, you know, we'll just continue to push on through. And, of course, now our first zone has revealed itself. It has jumped all the way up onto the north. And, wow, this is going to be a very, very exciting first zone. Seeing that 2/3 of it is on land, the other third is just water. So I think Savoni and shooting range are going to be receiving quite a bit of love as the teams will now have to get themselves repositioned. But of course, looking at the beautiful spread that we've got, right? We've got the players there from VST situated all the way down on that far southern edge, getting ready for a little bit of that bridge action. And as we look across now, straight up into Pachinki, this is where we see the players from URUS and RUKH, both teams now prepping themselves up. They want to see what is going to happen. And I don't know who's going to be the one to take it.
Look, I threw URUS in as my prediction for a little bit of a wild card because, of course, we know the players. We love them. Rauf, Weiss, I mean, Farokh, we've seen them all do some crazy things in the past before. But it's really going to come down to what these players are bringing in. And that's what I want to drum up the conversation here with the viewers. You know, who do you think is going to bring in that action? Rad, I mean, they really, really have a lot of supporters behind them. Can they keep up to that expectation? And do they really want to be taking an engagement this early? I mean, with this new placement points, you know, change, maybe it is. Maybe this is the start that they want to take as soon as they get themselves looted up. A nice early engagement before the other team gets too looted too quickly might be what they need.
Oh, let's see. I mean, like if there's ever a point to strike, early game is the best place, right? Because then you know that your opponents aren't necessarily that looted up just yet. You still have a bit of a jump that you can still get on towards them. So I want to see if there is going to be any of that early game action, but then I'm also curious to see who's going to be looking to set themselves up in preparation for the later few stages. And that is where I think the most important positioning will essentially then come through.
It's going to be very interesting. We already see VST or Vista, unfortunately, taking a little bit of damage as they were just making their way on through. But hopefully with a little bit of meds, they should be able to get themselves set up nice and early. We're not seeing any eliminations just yet. These teams are taking it quiet. And I don't blame them, DK. Like we said, we keep hyping up the fact that there's so many different names, there's so many different players that they suddenly now have to deal with. There's a little bit of that sussing out that needs to happen. You know, what can we do against these teams? How do they play? What kind of rotations are they going to be making? And how can we circumvent that until we really have to get into the action? Because that's going to be the key, is choosing when to start your engagements as safely as possible. And for Hazard right now, well, the name is quite suitable because they're just out in the open, running with no gear, and I am personally getting very nervous for them.
Oh yes, this could definitely be a little bit of a risky play, and you got to say this is a very hazardous approach to take to the very first map, right? But either way, they'll figure it out. Had to work in rather all the names into that one. But, you know, sometimes we need someone that is not necessarily landing themselves right on the loot. Unfortunately for, well, the players coming through here from the timed out clan, they have now the opportunity, while it's still a little bit quiet, to get themselves geared up and maybe find some good loot somewhere.
I would love to see it. We already do see a little bit of that rotation coming on in for some teams. Like we just saw, still towards Military Base Island, they need to get a move on a little bit sooner. I do like to see the Titans are still kind of sticking to their old, you know, meta by holding those bridge lines, at least towards the eastern side. But that rotation is going to force every single team that was thinking of a little bit of, you know, early camping to, well, get a move on because we need to get to that zone as soon as possible. Space is starting to run out. Triple Esports, I mean, it's a name that we've talked about before. It's nice to see them back. Icy, Chemo, Thor, Old Boy. I mean, again, these are names that we've seen, and these are challenges that we know their abilities, but can they stick it with this new crowd? It's going to be interesting. DK, were there any names that stuck out to you as we were taking a look at these teams that you think could be very interesting moving on later on into this map?
Well, I think that is going to be more based on positioning, but one team that I like, their early start or their kind of preemptive approach is going to be the players coming through from RUKH Esports, right? They've taken that plunge, moving straight up in towards Savoni right out of the gate. I think that is going to be a position that could bode quite well for them coming into those later stages, because all the rest of the teams now, they need to try and find that next rotation. RUKH, they don't have to worry about it.
That is true. I mean, they're sitting pretty as well, because, I mean, what are the chances of someone taking a rotation all the way around to come in the backside and the northern side of Savoni? And, I mean, they're sitting pretty at this point in time. As long as they can keep their wits about them, as all of these teams are going to be shifting up closer and closer, they should have a very, very important key point into this map rotation. But the rest of the teams, we can see Wave taking a little bit of a dive, setting up, I had assumed a little bit of a camping point here towards this bridge line, but they weren't quite ready, as we do see MEU making a rotation on through, keeping an eye out, so they know the danger is lurking around the corner, and they would be right so. Now trying to find that cover is going to be important as all of the teams are getting settled in for this next phase.
Yeah, and that is where the teams really get to have a bit of an opportunity to see did they move into the right spot? Is there going to be any potential threats potentially lurking around the corner? And speaking about threats potentially lurking, if we look over in towards Yasnaya, we can see the players here from Black Hand also now making their way on through, but they've got a few teams positioned just towards that southern side, right? We've got URUS just behind them with a few to follow up also then on that point, but you can see already now that DBS is going to come through swinging once again, and that is a weapon that we've really been seeing so much more utilization from.
And I just remember us going absolutely mad about that beautiful shotgun, but you can't fault good old CRYPTICS for just sticking it to the rifles. I mean, beautiful shot on in, and it looks like they will be running away with that confirmation. So a little bit of back and forth. We've seen at least 1 or 2 trades now for some of the teams setting up their early foundation in terms of eliminations, but they still have a long way to go, DK, and so many more players looking for their own chance.
Yep, definitely still going to be looking for that opportunity, but looking at what we've got, there's still so many teams positioned out in that blue zone area. I mean, we can see TIMEOUT all the way down, still up in that Sosnovka military island. Titans bringing in an interesting position, still going to be holding towards Malta, but now that zone is not going to give them much option as it centers up towards that kind of Savoni area. And I got to say, I love this because it's going to be such a challenging position for the teams now to play.
Now this is going to be a fun one. You know, we were mentioning RUKH, how peaceful their rotation was going to be looking, but now with everyone centering on up closer and closer to Savoni, they've also made the choice to move on closer into center, and I can't blame them. Right now, it is a race for that center because I mean, I can just picture it. I think I might have some PTSD of CRYPTICS in the middle, just doing like a 360 shoot around, picking up eliminations left, right, and center. And I think everyone wants to be in that ample opportunity. RUKH also picking up a little bit of a shot, 1 or 2. We'll see if they'll be able to confirm it. It looks like there's still a little bit of that back and forth, but for now, RUKH already picking up their first elimination. So we've got 3 on the board so far, DK.
Yeah, and as we know, RUKH also being one of those returning teams, and I want to see with how much confidence they are going to be moving into the season of PMPL. But again, some very bold moves being made here, but that is what we want to see. Teams looking to break the mold. Of course, we got Blackjack here just watching on as Black Hand are going to be rotating up just ahead of them. But once they all start trickling into that zone, I think this next stage number 3, is going to be absolutely chaotic, because look at it, as we still have 16 teams up, 60 players alive, and there's definitely not enough space to accommodate all of those teams.
Come on, we got to be serious from the get-go, DK. These teams are not here to play. They are here to win. So, of course, no one wants to be going down as the first team. Like we said, just that difference in points. I mean, we used to say you have to at least try and make it to 13th, right? If you want to get a little bit of something for placements. Well, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. You have to make it into the top 9, and there's a very fierce competition lurking around. Arab Golden, oh, what a competition they have also been, and coming now through from that southern side might be very interesting if they are left alone, because there's not really anyone making a plunge for that bridge. We obviously just do have a little bit of action right up ahead of them, but it seems like they're perfectly aware of their surroundings. We'll have to wait and see if they can maybe find an opportunity here to pick up some eliminations.
I'm curious to see what MAU are going to be doing, because they've already been reduced down to a 2-piece, and we also don't have to ponder any longer as to what the Titan Gaming team are going to be doing, as we see them now taking that plunge, trying to get themselves just ahead of the blue zone. It does seem like they're aiming for center zone, at least for what is the current center zone. As we know, blue zone is getting ready to pop, and who knows where it will be moving towards. It could swing in favor of the players coming through from Blackjack. It could swing in favor of RUKH. It could, in fact, move in any which way. But it's all going to come down to who gets the luck of the draw. And already, we do have a little bit of the altercation. Oh, but look at that shift. It is now RUKH just sitting in such a glorious position.
That is spicy. RUKH, what a beautiful center position. We also see RUKH, they've moved on down from Savoni. CRYPTICS actually taking up that Savoni position now. Titans slowly but surely moving in closer and closer. Very interesting change of events, but this is that cluster we were talking about, DK. There's not enough space here, all right, for 15 teams. We need to whittle them down. We need to get those numbers down. And Wave Esports now up ahead might be one of the first teams to potentially do so. Looking at their opponents, they might be saying hello to a few names that we've seen before, but let's take a look at it. with these rotations coming in now, time is of the essence.
Yep, time is definitely going to be of the essence here, and Wave now just trying to play a good position on the edge of zone. But looking at what they've got, we can already just see it up on that minimap. It is such a jam-packed area to play in, and looking back further down south, MAU also still just holding on. Already now we have a few of the shots getting fired off as the players here from Arab Golden are looking to just tip their toes out, figuring out where exactly the opposition could be. But now URUS can be moving in, and this could spell a little bit of trouble for MAU.
MAU now suddenly feeling the brunt of the action as Weiss is already doing a little bit of that scouting action up on the high ground, trying to see where all of these dangers may be lying, but they are in a bit of a fun territory, right? Because just behind them, we've got Out coming through, and they will be looking for a little bit of action, maybe to jump on into some eliminations. But what can Arab Golden do about it? Are they going to wait for that opportunity to third party? Are they going to be the first ones to start the engagements? We said this first map, it's about sussing out this competition, still seeing what these players are available and what they are capable of.
Yes, and I mean, looking at what we've got currently in the zone, there is no good position to take. See that we have 15 teams just crammed into this phase, and it is going to be down to the quickest fingers first, right? Whoever gets those first few shots in could be the ones to also then get third-partied. So you have to just practice an extra level of caution while looking at these altercations. But look at that now, Triple also just trying to deal with a little bit of that position as they try to move out of shooting range. But man, I gotta say, Virtual Gaming not gonna let much of that slide past them.
Yeah, Vampire's in a tough position right now. They are firing back, though. They're wanting to keep all of the land that they have available to them. They don't yet have that elimination. Triple Esports, on the other hand, I mean, they're sitting pretty with 2, right? So they don't really need those foundational points, but they do need a good position into the zone. You've got 13 seconds left till that new phase is going to be showing itself, and do you really then want the looming threat of Vampire shooting down upon you? But Wave Esports now suddenly being the savior of Triple Esports, giving them that time to dash on in, and we can see Ra'ad still holding center.
I just realized I called the Vampires something completely different, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll get beyond that.
Too many new names.
Yes, I mean, so many similar looking letters out on that field, but I love what we have happening on that southern edge with the players there from TIMEOUT. We got URUS in the mix as well as MAU. Arab Golden also just riding on the side there, but teams look super relaxed up in the north. I mean, there's not all that much happening. So CRYPTICS actually being partially zone blessed because all the opposition are situated quite far away from them, and I think that is going to allow a great opportunity to strike come through from that northern side. But as we know, the blue zone is going to start closing momentarily. That will apply that extra level of pressure. But MAU, they are not going to flinch. They're going to try and hold on to this position as long as they possibly can. But now, as they're going to get rushed, as RUKH and the rest of the team now just come knocking on their door. They want to clear this area before moving forward. And what a beautiful hit comes in. That is YC down, just getting knocked out alongside RUKH, and MAU definitely a force to reckon with.
Oh, MAU reduced down to 1, but you can't discount it just yet. The cavalry is going to be moving on in. Raouf looking to clean on up, and they need to do so quickly. DBS on out, looking for the connection. So far, Bum Bum has been quite the force to reckon with, but will they be able to do this in time to save their teammates? And will Arab Golden suddenly rain on in with a few nades of their own?
I mean, they have to be really quick about it because Arab Golden are going to come knocking on that door as well. And now we can see that is MAU having quite a few of their tickets punched. They still have Bum Bum in the mix. Raouf also just holding on for dear life right there on the side. Ramsey, however, finding a nice little bit of an off position. But TIMEOUT are going to come knocking on the door here as well. So again, all the action now just starting to boil over. Bum Bum trying to strafe this way and that. Vampires are the first or second team rather to fall. But now, Arab Golden still going to be holding on to the ridge. Raouf super low in that health, and we can see quite a bit of carnage unfolding. But will Bum Bum be able to get it? Not landing the hits out of that windowsill. I'm hoping for a jump. Come on, Bum Bum, give us that jump.
Do it. Do it, please.
Oh!
This is what we love. This is what we love, right? I'm just seeing Arab Golden. They're tweaking, they're peeking, they're just, applying a little bit of that pressure, just poking and prodding at the bear, but not really investing fully so that they're keeping their numbers, but they're looking for those free eliminations. I mean, URUS Esports, on the other hand, they have been reduced down to 1. Yes, they won the fight, but at what cost? Just because of the sheer number of teams that suddenly just jumped on into the action. TIMEOUT's still involved in this. They could jump in.
Ooh. Yeah, they definitely could, but I love the action. I'm sitting with the biggest smile on my face right now. Oh, and that is RUKH falling down. URUS getting sent back to the lobby. Arab Golden now looking to jump at the opportunity here, already sitting with 2 eliminations up. We also then see the players coming through from Triple Esports, already securing 4 eliminations. So quite a bit of work has been done. But now as we look over on towards the eastern side, it's going to be Titans. Oh, going toe-to-toe with Black Hand, and Koa sends the first nade out. It is Puncher found out. Now B6 falls, and that is the end of the road, as they did have a little bit of a helping hand come through from RUKH.
I said it. I'm okay with it. I am wrong. Titans are not going to be the first team to take that winner chicken dinner, and that's okay, because look at the action we are being treated to. Triple Esports making that rotation into zone right side alongside RUKH, and well, they've got a little bit of company, right? CRYPTICS on the high ground, looking on down, looking to see how they can get involved. Wave Esports coming in right behind them. VST from the south. Arab Golden, after a beautiful exchange, they're moving into the southeast as well. So all of a sudden, this zone, it is getting cramped, it is getting uncomfortable, and Wave Esports are looking for El Chapo.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking for El Chapo, but as we know, that is going to be the least of El Chapo's worries, as there's still a decent amount of those CRYPTICS players positioned just on the off angle. They meanwhile lag are going to be meeting their end here as they get sent on back. El Chapo now trying to venture out from that underground hidey hole, and up comes the hit, fighting a little bit of damage onto Wave. But again, a very interesting position being played here by CRYPTICS. Wave, I love what they're doing, but ooh, it looks like a very, very challenging position.
I would say so. At this point in time, it is not a very comfortable position to be holding. Coming through now from that western side, and unfortunately for them, moving on further is going to be a tough battle. We've got Triple Esports and RUKH in the middle. We've got CRYPTICS, of course, still going to be a bit of a challenge, and now Arab Golden, off of the back of that beautiful just back and forth that they had, have to deal with Black Hand. But at least there's so many surrounding teams that it's not a straight shot for Black Hand to get involved, but those nades might be finding their mark soon.
And I'm curious to see what Black Hand are going to be doing. As you can see, already 6 eliminations to their name, down to a 2-piece. It is going to be Storm and Koa now just hanging on. And here comes our predictions from our Arabic casters. Flanker saying it is going to be CRYPTICS. Denver saying it's going to be Triple, but Starfall says that it will be RUKH. Meanwhile, Arab Golden now having quite a few casualties getting sent in their direction. But look at this Wanted wrapping around the outside there, finding quite a few hits now. And now it all boils down to Storm, but it is going to be pushed as Wanted now moves much, much closer.
Who is this Arab Golden? What has changed? This is a completely different Arab Golden than what we've seen in prior forms. Oh, Quality just holding on, and now Storm trying to apply pressure, but I mean, they're kind of just getting distracted. Meanwhile, they're focusing on one Arab Golden member. The rest are getting rezzed up, getting healed up, getting ready for the action. We've got 9 teams left. Storm, well, in the center of the storm, in the eye of the storm, they now need to try and get themselves further on in out of the situation, but I don't think Arab Golden are going to let them go. CRYPTICS, they're being blown up here.
Yeah, a few little pieces getting taken out here, and that is CRYPTICS still holding on to a 4-piece. Only the knock has been dealt to them. But let's see what Gaddafi is going to be able to do as they now move in. It is El Chapo that falls. It is 2 down, 2 more to go. CRYPTICS now having 2 of their players confirmed. Wave looking to pick up a little bit of the momentum here. They've spotted a bit of an opportunity, maybe seeing Senkai off in the distance, but has not been locked in. Meanwhile, Black Hand will meet their end as well as Arab Golden move in and secure themselves that southeastern side. But the zone is going to move in favor now of RUKH and Triple Esports. And again, the 2 teams occupying a really strong position.
One of the only compounds that are left, as we can see. RUKH now moving on closer. They were one of the first teams here towards that northern side, but unfortunately that real estate has been stolen from them, so now they're keeping to the edges, looking for a placeholder as they are waiting to see what that zone is going to be doing. But RUKH just swindling and looking left, right and center, looking for anyone that they could be taking out at this moment in time to rack up some of those eliminations, and I don't blame them. We can see these eliminations on the right hand side. VST actually leading with 5 at the moment.
I gotta love this name. It is Raad again. Now, holding on to center zone. I mean, if you've ever could have chosen a beautiful name, a player name, that is definitely one of them. But looking at RUKH, they got the Bronzeberg. Now just holding on. And this again is going to be a very challenging position for RUKH to play. Yes, they got the entire north area to themselves. But they are somewhat exposed. I mean, Wave, they are going to wait around as they just come rushing up into its triple esports. Guns blazing, vehicles all over the place. Bedrocks does goes down, down goes Icy, and this is absolute carnage. But Wave, they do have a slight potential number advantage here. Is it going to work out in their favor? We don't know just yet.
This is absolutely wild. Triple Esports holding those nades, sending them through as a beautiful package to Wave Esports while they try and recover. Again, pressure is on. You can see so much happening here towards the center. And now they jump down, DK.
Oh, come on. Gaddafi now trying to get a little bit cheeky here. But this is Wave. One knock. That is all they need. But are they going to fight it? No, instead the hits go through. Wave looking to bounce back. But those health bars are looking quite troubling. 444, super low on health, almost takes out their own teammate. And this could still be that bounce back opportunity for Wave to come through. Gaddafi now looking to just rekindle those numbers, get themselves back into contention. But the rest of the lobby doesn't seem to be engaging all that much. But I mean, that is, of course, VST and Raad just on the opposite end of the road, also going at each other. And things are looking pretty tough.
Yeah, everyone seems to be playing a game of, you know, hot potato because we're just throwing nades left, right, and center, trying to see if we can catch them. Wave Esports still holding on by a thread, triple reduced down to 2, and still looking to see how they can get themselves out of this situation. The center point of the zone is absolutely contested, but look at Arab Golden. Absolutely bliss. They are left to their own devices. They're not even being challenged. Same with RUKH. Even a little bit with CRYPTICS here towards the northwestern side, sorry. So now, Triple Esports, how do they get themselves out of this one?
Yeah, this is a bit worrying. 4 out of our, well, 6 remaining teams now just trying to hold on for dear life. As we know, the opposite end of the road has been cleared up, but now Triple in a world of trouble. Raad also then falls. But let's see, are Wave going to be able to get this jump in as they trying relentlessly to get the shots in towards Chemo. Chemo keeping a very close eye on that staircase, not wanting to let anyone slide. But as what we've seen before, one nade could end that. One beautifully placed nade. Is it going to be the opportunity? Oh, there is one sent up. And now Wave need to push on forward if they want to lock in that final elimination. And up they come. They do secure it. Meanwhile, the fights will continue as we now look onto the edge. The zone has moved up ever so slightly. And now Wave has the opportunity to focus on towards RUKH. But CRYPTICS, they not going to wait for anybody as they too start to push on forward down to our final 4 teams. And Wave, oh, the hits come through. And CRYPTICS gets sent on back.
Oh, I'm loving this. RUKH and Arab Golden have been left to their own devices for so long. CRYPTICS did a very good, a very good shot at trying to take RUKH out as they were making that rotation. They stayed a little bit longer outside the zone, but it didn't quite pan out. Wave trying to chuck through a few nades to see if they can welcome some of the parties moving on into the zone, but it's going to be the numbers game here. RUKH and Arab Golden up with 4, Wave only with 3, but look at this position. Arab Golden, what a beautiful pincer maneuver they're bringing on to the remaining teams. I mean, Wave out in the zone, we've got RUKH in the center. Oh, this is going to be panning out in a very interesting manner.
Yeah, I gotta say, Arab Golden definitely blessed with the available area. Wow, I've never seen so many smokes being deployed in one single map. It looks like one of the clouds just descended, coming down onto the map. But it is going to be down to RUKH to see whether or not they can hold on. A Wave trying to sneak on forward. A few of the nades finding their place. RUKH looking to put up a good defensive play. Meanwhile, Gaddafi does find Wanted out in the distance. They do have quality there just to bring in that extra little bit of assurance. But now comes the showdown. Wave and RUKH trying to decide who's going to make it into that top 2 places. One knock gets picked on up. That is Wave down to 1. Oh, but of course, as expected, utilities are going to come flying through. Gaddafi holding on for dear life, trying to sneak their way through the smoke, but the hits have been found and off they go. It is now RUKH and Arab Golden to battle it out for that very first winner with a chicken dinner. None of us really predicted this.
Now, why would we? We wouldn't have thought that RUKH or Arab Golden could have been bringing in a performance like this. Like I said, is this the same Arab Golden? No, it is a completely different Arab Golden, based just purely on their performance. But can they clutch it out right till the end? It is up against RUKH, and RUKH have been holding on so strong. They have the compounds. They have a little bit of time now to reset themselves. Oh, but Arab Golden, that zone might just be the determining factor.
But I mean, I gotta say, RUKH already sitting up on 9 elims. It is looking pretty fantastic for them. Arab Golden, as we can see, of course, then sitting on 6. So it is going to be quite a bit of a fight yet to come, as both teams have been working so hard to get themselves to this point. But as I can't argue with what you said, it does seem like Arab Golden just have the better positioning. I mean, they've got such a dominating spread. And RUKH, there's only one way forward. They've not yet even secured themselves a foothold in this next zone.
No, it's going to be a tough one. They're going to deploy all of those thousands of smokes we saw earlier. They just picked them all up, and they're going to try again, DK. They need to get themselves positioned. They need to get a good line of sight onto Arab Golden, and they need to try and not blow up in the process.
Wow. Arab Golden are looking to just pinch the side there of RUKH, but it's going to be Bronsberg looking to make a quick break for it. Meanwhile, Pusher also just rotating out to bring in that reinforcement. I think this is a beautiful call being made here by RUKH, looking to rather divide and conquer instead of trying to push up as a full unit, especially at this stage, especially at this point in the game. You don't want to get caught out. Oh, but look at the bounce. Ooh. Up it comes, and that is Puncher just getting hit in the face with such a beautiful nade.
Oh, you can't look at this. You blink for a second and you might be missing all of the action here. RUKH, they are taking some hits though. It is not a one-sided battle. We can see a one-for-one trade coming in, and now the push has to be here. Surely there has to be a deciding factor for either side.
Well, this is going to be Arab Golden's opportunity now as they start pushing on forward. Wanted now just running in with the vehicle, does pick up that confirmation. But where will it go? As we can see, Wanted now not even going to be looking to expend any ammo. Instead, they look to utilize that vehicle as they make the play. But Bronsberg is the only player still up on their feet, able to do anything. And this could be Arab Golden now looking to clutch it out. Let's see, how is it going to end? Will it be with vehicles? No, not yet. But Bronsberg still trying to knock anything that moves. Let's see, up comes Wanted. Oh, and up comes the hit. The winner won a chicken dinner, going straight over to the players from Arab Golden. And what a play that was.
I mean, you know, we were talking about those VISTA rewards, we were talking about the nades, we were talking about the bumper car strats. I think these teams are honestly just practicing for some VISTA. I mean, I saw so many nades, I saw so many, you know, car eliminations. They're clearly quite ready, but absolutely congratulations to Arab Golden. That was clinical, DK. I mean, that was like reading a strat out of a book. They had every single angle covered at every single time they took an engagement, and they just looked like they were the only ones really in control towards the end.
But I think what played quite a big part in the success that they had in this very first game was their positioning within the zone. As we saw coming into those later stages, we saw them coming through over on that eastern side, while the rest of the teams have already moved on, right? They were either situated on the southern edge or a little bit more focused on towards the western side. So once that really went in their favor, they just kept on moving forward, trying to capitalize on the carnage already being dealt up ahead of them. So what a great read that was coming through from Arab Golden.
It was beautiful. Again, just the way in which they would tackle the situation. They would spread out, try and cover as many of the angles, make sure that they've got crossfires going to cover themselves, to cover their teammates, and to get information, because we know information is going to be key for these teams to take those engagements. But it was a very beautiful showing of statistical aggression, which is what I like. It wasn't just running into the action and seeing what they could bring from it. They were calculated, they were clinical, and I'd like to see if they can bring in that strategy back again, if they can stay consistent with that. I think we're looking at a very, very dangerous competitor here.
Well, I mean, there's always a good point to start and establish a little bit of a dominance, right? We've seen that strategy being played in the league, where teams come in, especially in the very early stages of league, they come in super aggressive, trying to secure as many eliminations and as many points as they possibly can find. And that is possibly a strat that could work out for our teams. But of course, we could also then have a bit of an opportunity to see what those match rankings are, just to see how many points the teams were able to secure off the back of this very exciting first match.
I was quite impressed with the teams. I mean, we saw a very good amount of early eliminations. We saw a lot of teams really focusing on trying to get as many of those as we possibly could at the end of it. Wow, look at that. A beautiful tie coming through from Arab Golden and RUKH Esports for 10 eliminations a pop. But this is where those placement points come in, DK, and they are such a kicker to the gut.
Yeah, definitely quite a bit of a kicker, but as we take a look at that second page, this is where, Smash Team not able to smash through and pick up a few of those elims. Vampire is also getting sent back, unfortunately, empty-handed, but it was a very, very top-heavy play, as you pointed out already. 2 teams picking up 10 elims each, and, I mean, I just want to see what these teams are going to do once they step out into Miramar. I mean, this was just the taste. This was just the beginning. What's going to happen in the remaining games?
That was going to be a very interesting question because we saw how well they were able to utilize space in Erangel, and now we're just giving them almost double that to be like, cool, show us what you can do. Let's see what happens. But again, we have to keep in mind that we have no idea who's going to be that leader at the end of the day. Yes, we saw one winner now, but is that going to be the continuance for the rest of these maps?
Well, we'll have to wait to find out. Of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break while we get the desert all dusty. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back in a short few moments. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring season for 2023. You're on the desk here with myself, DK, and of course, Esports. And if you're just joining us, you missed out on a very, very exciting first match kicking off the action with Arab Golden just riding that wave, securing themselves a glorious 20-point start to all the insanity that we've seen so far. But I mean, this is absolutely what we were looking for, right? This is the start that we want to see come through into this season of the PMPL.
This is brilliant. I mean, we had a little bit of that conversation about, okay, who's going to go to the top? Who's going to be the first team? And I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm wrong, because that excitement, that unpredictability is exactly what we need for the season. We need a new set of champions. We need the teams to push each other to higher levels than they've ever done before, so that the next PMGC rolls around, we've got Africa teams just representing right until the end. So I am loving what I'm seeing, and I want them to keep going.
I'm right on board with you on that one. And of course, now we also have to give a big shout out to our sponsors as well. So big respect going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, we've already seen a few teams unleashing the beast as they stepped out onto Erangel. But as we know, coming up next, we are going to be venturing over into the luscious, dusty land of Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. Who is going to lock in those long-range altercations? Who's going to be the teams to play these cheeky positions? But of course, it's that time again. Are we going to try and make predictions, or are we just going to see what kind of comes through?
I've never been good at predictions, so I'm fine with being wrong at this point in time. So let's just throw in some fun business there. We saw RUKH Esports getting very close towards the end. We saw them surviving the onslaught of not only Triple Esports, Wave, and CRYPTICS. So I feel like they're going to be surviving Miramar. I feel like they need to bring in some action. Let's see RUKH rising to the top on Miramar, and let's see some consistency coming through from at least one or two of these teams.
I got to say, I'll be right there with you, right? I think RUKH could potentially stand a good chance to bring a bit of an upset. I'm curious to see what we're going to be getting through from either CRYPTICS or the players from the side of Titan Gaming. I just got to double check who we have, because this is game number 2. So Group D are going to be sitting this match out. But more importantly, Group E are going to be joining us out on the battlefield. So that is going to be Mind Weapon, the World of Battle, the Virtual Gaming Squad, and of course then the players from GREEDYFORKILLS. So there will be several opportunities for them now to prove themselves, and I think it's only going to be a few more moments to go until we see exactly where that flight path is going to be going, what that first initial zone will have in store for us. And another interesting thing that I've also noticed that has now come through as we move in onto that map is we do get a peek at that first zone before the flight path is concluded.
Yeah, I never trust that one, hey? I feel like it's too much of a trap, man. I feel like PUBG's just like, oh, you thought you think you're gonna go here, and no, it must be a trick, man. It must be a trick. But we'll see. We'll see if it's gonna be following suit with that one. On to Miramar we go, and what a beautiful flight path we have, DK. Good opportunities for some of the teams who do especially love that southern portion of Miramar. They're gonna have ample opportunity to get themselves towards those positions. But again, question on our mind is what those drop locations are going to be looking like, and if we're going to have any of those early engagements.
Yeah, I think that's going to be quite important to see, and already we can see one of our first teams down on the ground. That is going to be Triple Esports taking a very early jump down. Wave also already touching down. We got Blackjack following suit. We got Arab Golden, of course, already having a bit of taste of chicken. Now looking to see what they can bring through in this game. But I gotta say, it's a very nice dispersion of teams here. The teams taking a nice, decent approach here. Of course, we know where Titans are going to be looking to go, but look at that, though. The zone reveals itself, and it's sitting smack dab center on that western side.
All right. I mean, this is we very rarely do get to see a zone that sort of follows that flight path, so it's nice to see that at least on Miramar it's behaving itself for today, and we've got plenty of opportunity for the teams over towards Monte Nuevo, El Pozo. There's some great opportunities there to get some good positioning early on. We already do see Titans and CRYPTICS fairly close to one another towards that southern position. We'll have to wait to see if they stay there and if we are going to see an early engagement. We already see MAU Esports once again in the gauntlet. They are just getting absolutely hammered on these drop sites, and now they might be in danger once again of losing their members early on.
That's quite a bold play being made there by Hazem, coming through with that Scorpion. I mean, taking a pistol to an M249 fight, that's quite brave, but as we did see, quite a bit of damage already being dealt there. Fortunately, they were able to find that Mini 14 as well, so a little bit more damage can be dealt. But now, up comes the reinforcements right here for the World of Battle. I want to see what they're bringing to the table. Also, one of those newer teams, at least the name is new, right? The team that we've not really seen all that much in PMPL just yet.
They're new to us, DK, and
Yes.
that's what we're going to work with. So MAU for Vortex in this position right now. Unfortunately, the Cavalry is not going to be arriving anytime soon, so it is going to be quick work here for the World of Battle. I mean, a 1vx situation is never where you want to go, and we're not going to fault Vortex for going down there because there really wasn't much that they could do in that situation. But MAU, what I will say, just off of the bat of this Miramar, very spread out approach. So it might have been that first initial drop coming through. They saw that, you know, another team maybe took their positioning and they got a little bit scattered. So I'm hoping when we come back for the second round of Miramar, I'm going to watch to see that they just resolve that. Let's stick together. Let's get good positioning from the get-go.
I have to agree with you on that because, yeah, definitely MAU super spread out. They've got Bum Bum down to Monte Nuevo. They got Paradox close to Power Grid, and then we do see their final player, or that's Skydo close to the Power Grid, and then Paradox almost all the way up into San Martin. So if something happens to either of them, they won't be able to receive any of those reinforcements. And one of the other teams also that we are seeing step out onto the field here is going to be the players then coming through from the Mind Weapon. So if you don't mind, let's see what weapon they are going to be wielding.
You and your puns, DK. I have missed it. It's been a while since someone has thrown this many puns in such a short amount of time. So thank you for that reminder. It's been a while since. I missed you. I missed you. All right, we got to talk about Arab Golden because Arab Golden on Erangel scared me.
Oh, yes.
In all honesty, I was shaking a little bit for all of the other teams because they just came in so clinical. Do you think that they can replicate that on Miramar?
It's going to be a challenge, I'm not going to lie. As we know, some teams perform exceptionally well on particular maps. Blackjack being one of those teams that we've seen in the past, you know, having a decent run when it comes to the map of Miramar. But whether or not Arab Golden are going to be able to continue with that momentum, I think it's yet to be seen because their current positioning is not looking all too favorable. But as we know, that can all be fixed with a few rotations.
That's true. I mean, we've also seen the likes of CRYPTICS and Titans as a good segue to talk about, who've also done very well on Miramar. I mean, they're one of those teams that are super aggressive and are so cognizant of their surroundings. They can hold the line of fire and they can keep themselves in those prime positions just to pick up eliminations, which we know is going to be crucial. So curious to see if they're going to be bringing in that energy now that they've had their first map. We know CRYPTICS has, in the past at least, been one of those teams that have a little bit of a slower start because they take their time to really dissect their opponents, to really get a good idea of how they play. So maybe that's what happened in the first map, and now they're ready to, you know, rumble in the jungle, even though we're not in the jungle quite yet. Rest of the teams, however, they need to make their debut. We've already had the World of Battle jumping on in for their first map of the day and picking up an Elim. So where's the rest? Let's pick up some of that energy.
Yeah, it's going to be down to GREEDYFORKILLS, but the Mind Weapon, as you said, the World of Battle, as well as the Virtual Gaming Squad. But I got to say, looking at the players here from GREEDYFORKILLS, they're already holding on to a very interesting position, very centralized, just looking to secure themselves in and around this whole kind of Monte Nuevo area. But they are going to be put to the test. We've got so many teams that could also be prioritizing that more centralized play. But another team that I want to see is MAU, because they had a little bit of a tough run in the first match. I want to see how they're going to be looking to bounce back now coming into the second game.
Thankfully for them, the universe has just got their back, because if they do pick up this engagement against Greedy for Kills, it will be an even battle, right? We saw Greedy for Kills, as you can see, they started with those three-man teams. So if MAU do decide to take this engagement, they will actually be on even footing, which I can't say for any of the other engagements they might be looking at. Ooh, timeout. I like it. I like it. They've just kicked Blackhand out of this position. Hazard has said, "This is mine. Okay, my wheels are bigger than yours. This is my territory. Please move on. Thank you very much."
Well, in fact, both of them are rocking the monster trucks, right? Plaza flying down the hill, Hazard flying up the hill. So we could maybe call this the monster truck hill, as or monster truck mountain, whichever one you want to go for. Of course, now Hazard. Those tires are so easy to spot. They are quite big. Not as small as the usual vehicles that we have right here over on towards Miramar. But now this is going to be Blackhand also finding themselves in quite a bit of a split, right? We've got Plaza positioned right here. A little bit further away is where we see Storm and Redox close to the edge. But Koa is still yet to make that push into the zone.
It's going to be a little bit of a fun one here. Hazard now, thankfully, that they've pushed themselves out of, they've pushed Blackhand out of this position. They have a beautiful line of sight on towards MAU Esports. So we'll see if they're going to be capitalizing on that. In the meantime, Vampires have already taken a shot towards MAU. So I feel bad for MAU. I feel like every single time they just get cornered, they get absolutely bombarded with the amount of teams that are looking to take them out. So we'll see if they can hold on to their numbers and hopefully move on forward, because they have a beautiful center position. That zone will be moving on in, and we'll wait to see who's going to be making a nice little travel on Miramar.
Ooh, wow. Now that is a shift. That is a beautiful shift. I mean, TIMEOUT finding themselves already, as we saw, up on those hills, up on the mountain, the Monster Truck Mountain. Now looking to just try and capitalize. But look at this. It is an absolute convergence of teams, particularly coming through on towards the southern side. And this is where Erangel are going to have their hands absolutely full to the brim. As Vampire, in the meanwhile, also look to find a few cheeky hits. But we can see those long-range engagements now starting to hit, just nipping at their heels. Unfortunately, for Vampires, not causing any damage.
So 2 eliminations, that is what we've had so far. Maybe a third coming on in now. MAU feeling the brunt of the action. Unfortunately, I don't know how they're going to get themselves out of this one. But like you said, that convergence towards the south. Vampires, they're going to have a few teams rolling in their sights, like you can see here with Arab Golden and CRYPTICS actually picking up Broly here from Arab Golden. So it doesn't look like their journey is going to be without its sacrifices. We'll see if they make it on in. But Broly will definitely be confirmed here for CRYPTICS, and they are sitting pretty with at least their first elimination on Miramar. Arab Golden still making that trip on in. Just getting over this ridgeline, they should be safe for now.
At least for the time being, yes. But looking at numbers, GREEDYFORKILLS, we've pointed this out already, or you pointed out, they started off with only a 3-piece, so that is already then coming in with a little bit of a handicap here, and I'm curious to see whether or not they are going to be looking to make the most of the situation. Meanwhile, MAU trying to get themselves back into the swing of things. I mean, Skydo, we've seen quite a few players come through from Skydo before in previous events. I want to see what they're going to do going up against the opposition here. But again, looking at Power Grid, this is a great spot for URUS now to be holding.
Hey, URUS. Man, I put you out there as my prediction. Please, do something. Just something. Something today would be nice. I got flamed for it because I wanted to drum up a conversation, but it's okay. That's what I'm here for. For them to hold Power Grid would be a pretty interesting position, because we do know there's going to be a lot of that southern rotation. So I don't know how much longer they'll be able to actually hold on to that, the sheer amount of teams that could be moving on through that territory. We do still have quite a bit of space towards the northern side, just purely because of that flight path. So there might be a massive opportunity for some teams who are going to make that early rotation. Blackjack Esports, in the meanwhile, have spotted out Wave Esports, and it doesn't look like they'll be sticking around for a conversation. In the meanwhile, they will be looking for that regroup. We see a little bit of back and forth here between URUS and actually the World of Battle. So maybe we see some more eliminations making it to that tally.
Oh, that could definitely be quite the possibility. But now, as we see, the blue zone has caught up to a few of our teams, and several of them still trying to get themselves out of that blue. But Wave looking to capitalize. The zone also now just moving ever so slightly towards that southeastern side. And again, TIMEOUT, again, still being able to capitalize on their positioning. Meanwhile, Triple running into a bit of a brick wall there as they meet up with CRYPTICS, and CRYPTICS, they just laying waste right in towards there, but Marshall not getting found out in the open. Gets a little bit of that damage dealt, but fortunately still capable of just utilizing the ridge lines. But I mean, I'm worried for Triple here.
A brick wall is a very good metaphor for CRYPTICS, and I think we're going to stick to that one for a while, because right now that's exactly what they are. A massive obstacle here for Triple Esports to make that rotation on in. Even if they move down the line, they might be finding themselves up against Titans, so it's pick your poison at this point in time. But that zone will be forcing the hand of CRYPTICS. They need to get a move on as well. No time for the wicked, but Titans already picking up a little bit of action here towards Triple. Like I said, Triple, they just don't have a choice here, DK.
Oh, yep, they definitely don't, and this is already now Titans looking to capitalize on the carnage. That is Icy getting put on ice, and now Kimo holding strong. Thor gonna try and still catch up, as we still have Thor quite some distance away. So this will be Kimo now, needs to practice a lot of that caution, because if you make too much noise, Titan, they're not gonna shy away from just turning around and gatekeeping the living heck out of you.
You know, when I said earlier, URUS, please do something. They did something. They got 3 eliminations, just to point that out there to anyone that flamed me on Instagram. Ha! They did something. But we've got to move on. Wave Esports now moving in closer and closer to that power grid position. Like we said, we weren't sure how long they were going to be able to hold that. Blackjack Esports just on the horizon. But of course, Wave right up behind them, sending in those few nades. Will it make the connection? And will we be saying goodbye to Blackjack Esports, who have been reduced down to only 2 so far, DK?
Oh, yes, and they still have that knock to try and deal with. There's all the pressure now riding on MG and Zeke. Wave just lingering up ahead. Up comes the monster truck again. But Hemo, oh, could be presenting them with quite a bit of a challenge here. I love this angle coming through from Raouf. Very, very cheeky third-party play that could be had. And this could be URUS now looking to capitalize on even more opportunities. Down goes Zeke, as Raouf locks it in. Yep. They are down to only 1. MG, I'm not quite sure where MG's going to go from here is.
Yeah, look, there's not many options. I said this for Triple Esports. We just see it happen here. It might be the same now for MG on the other side of things. Triple Esports, goodbye for now as the first team, but don't worry, Blackjack will keep you company in the lobby as we wait for this next map. Looking at that zone, I mean, we've got 1 from the World of Battle in the center. We've got 1 from the Black Hand. We have quite a few teams just out on towards the edge line, trying to move on into center. Wave now feeling the brunt of the action here from URUS Esports, moving on in, and they're sitting pretty with those 5 eliminations.
Oh, it's looking pretty great. It is looking pretty great, but of course now Wave also trying to find a little bit of that bounce back, right? They've been trying so hard to get themselves resituated back into that zone. It does seem like URUS is going to allow them that opportunity as they disengage ever so slightly, just falling back over into its power grid. But now comes the important decision for Wave. Are they going to stick around, or are they instead going to try and wrap around that current positioning, trying to find another entry point in towards the zone? Speaking about entry points, Greedy for Kill now getting pressured as Titan Gaming move in from the one side, already picking up 2 of their players, and CRYPTICS just adding that extra little bit of side pressure.
I'd like to say good evening to Titans. They finally made their mark. They're finally back on the leaderboard, but how much longer is the question? We see CRYPTICS on the horizon looking very hungry for a little bit of elimination, maybe a little bit of third party. So we'll see if Titans stick around to allow them that opportunity. For now, that zone shifting is going to mean that they might need to jump into the vehicles, get a move on, and look for greener pastures. But of course, it's not going to be without its challenge. We've got Arab Golden here towards the western side of P6, as you can see, making that rotation on in, or is going to get shot at. So they clearly have a warning that those compounds unfortunately have been taken. Thank you very much, sir. Move on out.
Well, Arab Golden trying to defend their position, but also now Lazy Boy looking to capitalize on a little bit of the vampire action, as we got Ninja up on the ridge. That blue zone is going to be forcing all the team's hands here, but they still have over a minute to go until the blue zone closes up completely. I'm curious to see what Vampire are going to be doing, right? We do see D3S and Savage already securing some form of a foothold, a bit of an anchor point coming into the F zone. But D3S, oh, playing a very risky game and completely exposed to add on to that.
Oh, that is not a bear that I wanted to poke at the situation. We need that backup to roll on in. If they are going to take this engagement, they need to do it with full force. They can't let only one of their members go up against the entirety of CRYPTICS. That's a little bit too much of a risk for me. So let's see the teammates come on in. Let's see those crossfires being established. They need to come in as soon as possible.
Yeah, Ninja already now looking to join the party, but I like the fact that Savage is just keeping a slight off-angle play there. Not getting all too up close and personal. But let's see how this one will pan out. Now comes the rush to the push. Oh, and it is Marshall just laying into Ninja, securing that head. Savage now looking to just capitalize on a little bit of that ranged defense. But D3S in a world of trouble. As soon as CRYPTICS decide to push over this ridge, it is going to be the end. Yeah, there we go. And that is now Vampires down for the count as CRYPTICS just keep on rolling.
Oh, Wave Esports, they wish they were rolling on forward, but no, Titans has them anchored into this position. Teak, the Terminator, moving on in for the finish, and they find Gaddafi down to the ground. They go. Wave Esports, goodbye. And CRYPTICS and Titans are back, baby. They're bringing in those eliminations. The rest of the teams might be a little bit scared, but we are seeing a beautiful spread of eliminations for the rest. Will we see some competition here for these two heavyweights, or will we see a completely different league towards the end?
We're going to find out soon, but here we have it. That zone now just centering up ever so slightly. Again, the World of Battle finding themselves still relatively positioned center, but is it going to be a position they'll be able to hold on for much longer? Meanwhile, timeout. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to get out of that play, because we got CRYPTICS as well as Arab Golden now held up within the vicinity, but RUKH, I mean, they're not going to be phased. Instead, pushing on forward. Marshall now just laying into it. As you can see, Dasher absolutely barraged with those hits, and the blue zone adding onto the carnage. And that is timeout, reduced down to potentially maybe one.
Arab Golden not in a great position themselves. They would love to have gone back for their teammate right now, but timeout or CRYPTICS would be able to see them. So unfortunately, they will have to move on as a two-piece, but they are right at the entrance of the Lion's Den. CRYPTICS holding this high ground, and you can see this rotation that they need to take is going to be tough because the zone is further out. But if they do make that move, CRYPTICS has a line of sight, so they need to play the waiting game at this point in time. You can see Marshall scouting out, looking for that opposition. Does see quality, so yeah, goodbye. Sorry, there's nothing much you can do there.
Yeah, but I mean, I gotta say, this is a very satisfying performance coming through from CRYPTICS. So we did see that absolutely insane play that they brought through for the entirety of the finals back in 2022, but how are they going to be able to pick that up now moving through? Already they're looking to try and prove quite a bit of a point. Already 9 eliminations up. I mean, Marshall cracked as ever, right? That is no surprise. But where will that stop as we now move over towards Arab Golden? And it is now down to RUKH and Wanted, still trying to find a little bit of a hiding place.
Yeah, like we said, they have to play the waiting game. They don't really want to get involved in a bit of a three-way battle here between Titans and CRYPTICS. No, thank you. I wouldn't want to get involved either. So they need to play the sneaky game, the sneaky angle. But will they be quick enough? Or will Marshall be able to spot them out or the side of Titans? We can see so close. Puncher going to be making that move on out. And for now, it looks like they're safe. CRYPTICS, they're going to be jumping into the vehicles. We do see RUKH trying to be a little bit cheeky, but P6 has got their teammates back, and they do get that instant knock. Will they be able to get the elimination, though?
We don't know just yet, but whichever way they look to play it, they have to be super quick about it, because URUS could also now just pop over that hill and have a bit to say. But so far, Titans looking pretty decent, pretty strong. 7 elims up, down to a 3-piece, and we've seen some phenomenal bits of action come through from all 4 their players. But now Puncher, Teak, P6, I mean, they're going to try and push the team all the way to that very end.
Absolutely, we can see just moving on up. It is going to be a bit of a fierce battle moving on in from the southern position. On the other side of things, we've got so many teams just sitting pretty. The World of Battle reduced down to 1. Mohammed, they were basically in that position like 2 zones ago. So they're sitting pretty, they're relaxed, they're holding down their compounds, but what will they be able to do for how much longer is the question. That zone should determine to see which side of this hilltop we will be taking that final battle. And ooh, we're keeping it center. Okay, we still have compounds in play on either side, but that road straight down the middle, can you imagine if we finish in the middle and the open road?
Wow. I gotta say though, if Muhammad knew that they were gonna be this zone blessed, they would probably have, you know, gone for a coffee break or something. Because, you know, you don't have to worry. No one's going to push the building just yet. In the meanwhile, it's still going to be a little bit of a tough play, especially out on the edge of zone now with CRYPTICS trying to find a bit of a play on forward. They have to try and push straight through the Titan squad. But it doesn't seem like CRYPTICS are going to be all too phased by that, as they now do find Puncher. They do find the entire squad, and that is Titan getting sent right on back.
Excuse me. I mean, I feel like CRYPTICS just came to make a statement. You know, we were hyping up how Titans were just close to leading in every single situation in the previous PMPL. CRYPTICS said, well, too bad. This time we're going to be the ones taking the most eliminations. Thank you very much. URUS Esports here, still holding here towards the power grid right alongside Lag Esports, who have been a thorn in their side for so long, DK, but they haven't made a move. They've just been sitting pretty. They've just been getting information. Will they finally make their move?
Well, we are going to find out soon enough where this one is going to be going, as Lag also now come venturing up into the side of the zone. I'm curious to see what Lag are going to be bringing in, though. I mean, we've had them over on Erangel. Now we get to see them play through right here up in towards Miramar. But how will this one turn out as the shots already connect on through? That is 2 players down. Mexico now falling alongside their teammate, but RUKH looking to shake things up even more so. And you just see those boxes going up in all directions. But Weiss with that DVS looking absolutely cheeky. And we got Marshall rocking. Oh, that insane sniper. So you want to talk about things getting exciting? This is what we're going to have right now.
This is beautiful. URUS, just a beautiful setup there. And unfortunately, Lag didn't have the cognizance. They didn't see that one member just lying in dirt, waiting for that push. Beautiful crossfire. But now let's see what Virtual Gaming and Black Hand have in store for us. On the northern side of the zone, they've been quiet for so long. And now, unfortunately, there's no time like the present to make a little bit of noise.
Yeah, and up comes those hits. It is going to be Black Hand now. Oh, not having the kind of play that they would have wanted. 6th place with only 1 elimination to their name. But, you know, give them mad respect going through to the players coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad, as they just defended the edge there. But now as we move on, is going to be the players from the Mind Weapon going toe-to-toe. Mohammed going to receive a few unwanted visitors, but let's see what Marshall is going to do with the one-hit wonder. Man, CRYPTICS, I mean, like, give them any weapon and they are absolutely devastating, but give them a weapon like this one, like Marshall's holding, is, I mean...
Nah, it's too much. It's too good. Like, come on. CRYPTICS already sitting on 14 eliminations. Now, with this weapon in hand, Marshall is going to be a menace to every single team on this map that's still left standing. So, right now, the Mind Weapon, yeah, let's get a move on. Let's get ourselves out of the situation. CRYPTICS has got your number. You need to get out of this, but we've got Mohammed that's going to be staying quiet, so I don't think they should really be a threat here to the Mind Weapon's rotation, but Virtual Gaming is going to be that kicker. They are going to have a perfect line of sight if the Mind Weapon chooses to make a northern rotation. URUS coming through from the south might be picking fights with CRYPTICS momentarily, but Mohammed gonna be spotted out here, DK. Unfortunately, the game of cat and mouse has been caught out.
Yeah, there's no more hiding. It is now time to face the music. Well, let's see whether or not Mohammed will be able to successfully compete in this 1v4. Max already cooking up that nade, and this could spell disaster as Mohammed is trying to hide away, and that is, of course, then. Oh, that nade being pushed to the max. You couldn't ask for any more action here.
Oh, this is beautiful, but now we look at our final 4 teams. It's URUS, the Mind Weapon, CRYPTICS, and Virtual Gaming. And again, you cannot for a second take CRYPTICS lightly. Coming through with that PMGC experience, they're clearly showing it. We can also see Virtual Gaming making a comeback here towards URUS. Beautiful shot on through. But again, it's going to be that 4-way street that we need to be worried about as we center that zone towards the street line, DK. There's a lot of open space.
Wow, I mean, we're seeing some cheeky hits coming through. I thought that M24 hit was gonna land, but I mean, what a response they received instead. And now this is URUS trying to at least make a bit of a play coming through from the southeastern side. That is Rawi. Now in quite a bit of trouble, but Malek managing to just dip down into that valley. Unfortunately, the players from the Mind Weapon also have a line of sight on them, but CRYPTICS, I mean, look at this. They're just hanging on the edge, trying to sneak their way on forward, and this is going to be quite the fight. But there we go. Marshall secures the head on towards RUKH. And now, I mean, Marshall is going to be posing quite a bit of a threat to everyone, but is CRYPTICS already on 14 eliminations?
They've been that way for a while, DK. Honestly, it's gross how good they are at these run and gun situations, how good they are at just picking up eliminations in these fierce moments. But now, I mean, gifted with those beautiful guns, that beautiful position, I would be swinging towards CRYPTICS, but we still have a lot of fierce competition left.
Oh, yeah, quite a bit of fierce play indeed. 4 teams left, 13 players. It does seem like Virtual Gaming Squad are going to find themselves in quite a bit of a pickle. Yes, they are within the zone, but that doesn't mean all too much at this point. As you can see, the Mind Weapon keeping a very steady angle on them. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS now turn their attention on towards them. But a little bit of a side order coming through here from URUS as they too start to reach across.
That push has to come on through. These teams have to get themselves into the zone, but CRYPTICS are such a threat. You can see they are so hesitant to move out of cover because they know as soon as they take a peek, their helmets are going to go off, they're going to go to the ground.
Oh, and you can't afford any of those mistakes to come through at this point. It is going to be Zar now trying to keep up the defensive. Lazy Boy gets taken on down as RUKH returns the favor. But now it's all boiling down to Senke, whether or not they'll be able to get Lazy Boy back into the fight. I love this aggression being shown here from URUS. Just such awareness. And with that, they swiftly deal with the Mind Weapon. Virtual Gaming Squad, surprisingly, still holding on. But Lazy Boy, yeah, looking quite worse for wear. Where will they be able to go? Senke now tries to make the run, and they will be denied entry. As instead, the Virtual Gaming Squad spots them out. RUKH also then falls, and URUS now have to try and pick it back up.
URUS, they are just the twinning of CRYPTICS right now. They are also on 14 eliminations. They've been picking apart teams left, right, and center, making me proud, man. But they have to hold the line. We have that final zone. We have 3 more teams that are in it for this winner chicken dinner. But these eliminations are just beautiful. URUS right now, they are just doing everything to try and hold on to as much points as possible.
Well, they unfortunately go out in 3rd place, and now it turns down to the final few contenders. It is going to be Zar now holding strong. A 1v2 showdown to see who will be the team to take the victory here to lock in that winner chicken dinner. The nade is out. The push is on. Virtual Gaming DWAS wants to find that final few hits to secure themselves the second winner chicken dinner right here. But oh, where's it gonna go? Zar surprisingly managing to evade the flames of Virtual Gaming. I can understand their hesitancy. They don't want to blindly just rush on forward, and they've got just under 2 minutes left until that blue zone has closed up completely. But here we go. Oh yes, on the money as DWAS secures the head and locks in that winner chicken dinner. What a surprising turn of events. I mean, who would have thought that Virtual Gaming Squad would last that long with only 2 players and happen to take the winner chicken dinner?
I love to see it. I mean, just bringing back that name from Virtual Gaming into this PMPL and staying strong, getting a beautiful, beautiful finish there. It is absolutely wonderful to see. But again, DK, we have to consider, does it really make that much of a difference when you've got 2 teams with double-digit eliminations running on high, like we had with CRYPTICS and URUS Esports? I mean, my goodness, man. We had 15 and 14 eliminations. Are you kidding?
I mean, we thought it was impressive looking at the first game, right? 2 teams arriving at the end with 10 elims apiece. But now they all just look to push that envelope even further. And I mean, if this is the kind of momentum that we are going to be experiencing, just imagine what we are going to be looking at in match number 5.
Look, at this rate, the way in which these teams are adapting to all of these challenges, it's beautiful. It's what we need to see, but it's also bringing in that sense of mystery. We don't know who is going to be taking that winner chicken dinner next. It's ridiculous because there's just so many question marks around these teams and their performances. But here are these match rankings to bring us a few of those answers. We've got 1st and 2nd place tied with 19 total points.
Wow, absolutely insane. Just shows you the value of eliminations and how teams get rewarded for that. I mean, absolutely insane. Like, the chicken dinner team doesn't even sit at the top. They're sitting in third place with 17 points, of course. Taking a look at the second page. This is where I mean, this is a scary page to look at because all the elims pretty much secured in that first and second place.
That is, it is wild, but this is what we were saying. That's what's so exciting about the season of PMPL. We started this trend of very aggressive PUBG Mobile action, and now we've just basically pumped it full of a lot of energy from Monster. Thank you very much, because it is even better. It is even more chaotic. These teams have to focus on aggressive plays. They have to focus on eliminations, or they will fall behind. Placements don't mean nothing, but they mean very close to it at this rate when we've got teams like CRYPTICS and URUS Esports running in high with such beautiful averages. If they keep this consistent in any manner, everyone else should be worried, basically.
Well, as we know, right, this Miramar was absolutely insane, and we need to take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match, just to try and absorb everything that we saw, because this was absolutely insane. I mean, CRYPTICS looking to be such a troubling play to so many of the opposing teams. I mean, they just moved in on Titan, picking up what a devastating position. But I gotta say, the team that I'm most impressed with is URUS. What they were able to do and how they played their positioning.
We said it, we weren't sure how long they were going to be able to hold that power grid position, if they were going to be able to lock it down. And I mean, not only did they lock it down, they actually used it to their advantage to pick up as many eliminations as they possibly could. I mean, they matched CRYPTICS, who we know are just run and gun aficionados. I mean, they weren't worried about any sort of engagement. Even if the other team had the advantage in terms of position, they were like, not good enough, hey? Sorry. Just running on through, picking up eliminations. It is wild. You cannot for a second take any of these teams lightly.
Yeah, and I mean, even looking at URUS's position that they had, right, they were super exposed, especially when they moved into that final few stages, moving in on the eastern side. It was so surprising to see them being capable of doing what they were in that position. So, as we know by now, there's no point in even judging anything that we can see coming through from these teams, because they will continue to surprise us as they step out onto the battlefield.
That's the beauty of the season of PMPL, and I think it's going to be the same for a few of these matches, at least until we settle on down. But speaking of settling down, we're going to go to a short break while we get our next map of Sanhok ready for the action. Be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Well, I actually said it the first time round, but either which way, welcome back with myself, DK and Esports. We're going to be taking you through all the action. If you just joined us, the first two games were absolutely on fire. Erangel was super impressive. Two teams walking away with 10 eliminations apiece. Moving over in towards Miramar, we saw two teams with 14 plus eliminations come through. I want to see what's going to happen now as we move over in towards Sanhok.
Honestly, I thought it would be a bit more calm on Miramar. I thought, the extra space, the extra time, teams would be a little bit more relaxed. But no, we decided we just want to get, 14 plus eliminations because we felt like it. So what are we supposed to think, DK? What are we supposed to think is going to happen on Sanhok, where we literally just cut that space in half, put everyone shoulder to shoulder with DBSs and said, go have fun? What's going to happen now? I mean, come on. I am waiting for this map because this is going to be such a kicker. This is all of the first iterations of maps we're going to see from these teams. And yes, one or two groups are going to sit out, but we're going to get somewhat of an idea who's going to be the front runners for those maps moving on into later phases. Going to be key. So far, everyone has been pretty impressive and pretty baffling.
Yep, they definitely have. Of course, the group that is going to be sitting out for this one is going to be the players from Group C. So Group D are going to be joining us back out onto the field. And that, of course, is going to be the players there from RUKH Esports, Smash Team, Team Raad, and VST Gaming stepping back. But Black Hand, Timeout Clan, the players from URUS Esports, as well as Vampires, are going to be having a little bit of a rest. So I want to see what is going to come through and who's going to look to shake it up. As we know now, of course, the players there from URUS aren't going to be able to pick up another 14-plus game. So who else is going to be the taker here?
That's going to be the question here. We've seen Titans before on Sanhok. We know they've been very impressive, but CRYPTICS, really shut them down in that previous map. It's like they made a statement. They were like, just take a break for today, okay? But we've also had all of these other things like Arab Gold, and we had the beautiful play here from URUS Esports moving on in. So, unfortunately, they're going to have to just take a little bit of a break and come back for the next section of Erangel and Miramar to bring in some action.
Well, let's find out what we have to work with, as it is time for that rumble in the jungle. Of course, the flight path is going to be starting all the way up in towards the northeastern side, heading down to the southwest. But as we all know by now, Sanhok flight path doesn't matter all too much. What is going to be way more important is where that first initial stage, first initial zone is going to be forming up. Is any predictions before we see it?
Let's go to Camp Alpha just because it's the furthest away from the flight path. Okay. Cool.
Let's see. We're sitting here glued to the screen to see where the zone will go. And it does seem like this time it waits for the flight path to complete before it reveals itself. But already we see quite a few interesting drops coming through. MAU and RUKH dropping side by side, very close towards that bun kind of a quarry area. So there could be quite a bit of action. Also, Paradise looking pretty hot and sweaty as we got Virtual Gaming Squad there alongside the players from the Smash team. So we want to talk about a great opportunity for teams to get super aggressive. They are dropping right into it.
I like that I'm seeing Crypto sticking to their guns over there towards the northern side of the island. We know that they loved that position. We saw that especially towards PMGC. And, well, this time they will actually be gifted. They will be celebrated for their choice of position. We do see a little bit of action, though. MAU Esports, once again, dropping a player early on out, this time to RUKH Esports. This is not how they want to start. Will they be able to just, regroup, DK, and just give some space?
I definitely look forward to seeing the players from MAU picking that pace up, and instead of losing a player early on, making it quite a considerable distance before that then starts to happen. But that kind of growth is what we normally see throughout the duration of the PMPL itself. So I'm hoping that it comes for them sooner rather than later. But speaking about sooner rather than late, we are going to be having quite a sweaty play as we do see the players there from the Mind Weapon also getting ready for a little bit of altercation. They've spotted out Wave, and Wave being one of those teams that are absolutely blessed because they've dropped in towards Hatin and there's no one really around them, but it's also smack dab center zone, aside from Bedrocks, of course.
Yeah, aside from Petrox, who is just holding position, waiting for the cavalry. But looking at this, it is going to be quite an interesting move. I mean, I'm happy that we're heading towards Camp Alpha, right? I feel like my prediction was spot on there. But there's a lot of travel now these teams have to make. Thankfully, at Sanhok, it's not like it's a very difficult map to traverse, but there is going to be those semblances of those earlier engagements, like we see here between potentially Virtual Gaming and Smash Esports. They might start up something here towards Paradise, as they are going to just wait and see what other teams might rotate in, because for now they're in zone. They've got some time. They've got some time to play with, just to see what's in the vicinity and to see what they can work with here. What I do like to see, just going back to that MAU point that we were talking about, at least in this instance, they didn't just lose a player for nothing. They did get that 1-for-1 trade. So there's an elimination point to add to the tally. Now they need to hunker down. They've got that foundational play. And for the rest of these teams, all the ones with eliminations, now let's just see how much more they can capitalize.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like a fair trade. But speaking about fair trades, I'm curious to see whether or not the Virtual Gaming squad are going to have any luck whatsoever. As we can see, Smash team already starting to move a little bit further on the western side. Not fully committing to that just yet, but meanwhile, it's going to be triple. Now, looking to bring in a little bit of the action here. They've partially moved across the waterway and now descending down upon the players here from the the mine machine. But where will it go? Because VST then also coming through with a little bit of a cheeky rotation.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tough one here for the mine weapon. Wave Esports moving on in. Just behind them is going to be a little bit of that back and forth. They're going to have to, for now, just disengage and focus on bigger fish to fry. At least picking up one from Wave. Not look. I was going to say, please do get that confirmation. It's free. Just take it. Thank you. But now, VST moving on in. That action is going to get even hotter because we've got Triple Esports coming back for revenge. So a little bit of the third party potentially here for VST if they play their cards right. But right now, they are just taking hit after hit after hit.
Oh, but I like that position coming through for Vista, right? They've got quite a bit of a Vista to play from, and I want to see how that one is going to turn out in their favor. Meanwhile, the Mine Machine down to 2. We did see some great plays coming through from Max with that nade over on towards Miramar, but will they have any such luck? Zar also just going to be riding at the edge. But a very, very troubling position here because they got not only the players from Triple moving in, we got Vista, we have Wave also just holding on to the northern territories. But there we go, a cheeky hit getting hit on up as Thor swings that hammer and gets the knock in.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna eat my words if this is gonna be the case. But let's see how much further they can actually take this. Vista have backed on off. They're holding that northern ridge line. They're just allowing some space to be taken here. The mind weapon down to 2. And quite split up, unfortunately. Triple Esports can definitely capitalize. Just isolate Max here, take them out, and then pick up that extra elimination. Maybe look for a different route into the action, or just holding the position for now. We can see Virtual Gaming, RUKH. Well, RUKH specifically, unfortunately, didn't find the company they were looking for in Paradise.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a different Paradise coming through now, as RUKH still holding on here. I mean, they still have 2 players up, but that is going to change up the entire approach here, as we can see them now just moving further away. It is going to be Rami and Puncher rather, trying to instead focus on their positioning closer towards that more centralized territory and leaving Virtual Gaming Squad to have Paradise, at least for themselves, for the time being. But Arab Golden, they also then on the move, and we could see them potentially stopping up right here.
Yeah, that rotation line is very, very close to Paradise. I'm not quite sure if they're going to stop. Hey, we have a little bit of a rotation on Sanhok. It's been a while since we've seen one of these, so we have to say thank you to the World of Battle for showcasing a little bit of that boat action. But they've got quite a while to go. I hope they'll be able to make it. Though with Sanhok, we know a little bit of a change in the blue zone, DK, so heal off strats are not quite the meta anymore. There's no opportunity for that, really, so we need these teams to get into zone as quickly as possible.
Yeah, especially now that the placement points have been drastically reduced. It all comes down to the aggression and how much aggression these teams can bring through. But I like the push coming through from CRYPTICS up north. As we can see, they've slightly moved out of that cow position, centering up quite a bit more. And that could be the kind of play that they are looking to bring. But also, look at Smash team, right there on that edge of the waterway, but the zone now revealing itself, moving further in towards that northwestern side. That's going to allow a great opportunity, especially for a team like GREEDYFORKILLS, now to just ride that western edge and maybe strike at a little bit of a later time. But for the time being, it is going to be Zar. Oh, about to get pushed as CRYPTICS now. They found them in the little shack. Oh, beautiful DBS. Here is Marshall. Kind of regrets knocking on the door, but let's see where this one goes, as that is a very tough play now to make for the mind weapon.
I mean, name a better duo than Sanhok and the DBS. Come on. This is why you don't want to open doors on Sanhok. You never know what's going to be on the other side. Lazy Boy trying to get that revenge. And the mind weapon holding on. Zar trying to get as much as they possibly can before they ultimately do go down. We've got Arab Golden and Smash Esports in the meanwhile saying hello to each other with some exchange of nades. But now Smash trying to make that push on in to get a hold in this fight.
Oh, let's see. Are they going to be able to get it, though? Up comes Arab Golden. Oh, we've seen quite a phenomenal performance, and that is RUKH now running out of time as the DBS comes through swinging once again. But Ilyas still now in a position where they could maybe try and make a bit of a play. But it does seem like they could be focusing their efforts instead on the waterway, trying to put a bit of distance. Yep, that is Ilyas now going for a bit of a splash. And Arab Golden doing their due diligence, moving through, ensuring that the compound is clear.
I mean, this is a beautiful showing here from Arab Golden. We talked about their clinical execution there towards Erangel, and that wasn't too far off from that. I mean, holding the line, they were just for a moment at a disadvantage, but they had those crossfires in place. They had themselves ensured to have the backup when needed. So that was a beautiful play from Arab Golden just to work on that teamwork. Triple Esports holding on. They are back up to 4. They are very, very happy to keep moving on up. But will VST actually allow them to rotate without a cost, without paying a fine at the toll, so to speak, as GREEDYFORKILLS has just found Titans. Wow.
Ooh, I mean, they could look to stay true to their name, looking to be a little bit greedy for those eliminations. But up comes Zuxi. Ooh, trying to find a good spot for that nade. Sends it out. Will it find anything? No, there's no Titans around that corner, so you can keep on exploring instead. It is a quick play coming through there from Teak, and man, Titans definitely quite a formidable force, as we saw in those previous seasons, coming through, leading up to this point. But Axe are not going to be able to survive that, at least not for the time being. But look at Wave Hemo also just trying to sneak on in. So this could turn into a very exciting altercation. But GREEDYFORKILLS, they have their eyes set on the Titans.
Oh, this is beautiful. Just applying so much pressure to a team like Titans. I feel like everyone has just sat down and be like, yes, we understand who you are. We respect you for your previous results, but we are here to take you out. We are here to be the next champions of PMPL Africa. I love that energy, and I want to see them actually be able to succeed it, because it's going to come down to timing. It's going to come down to their execution, whether or not they'll be able to pull it off. We can already see Titans just backing off, giving space, trying to get themselves into safety to hold on to this compound for as long as they can. With that zone moving in, they have a little bit more time, DK.
Yeah, but they also have the experience, so they kind of know how to handle themselves in the situation. But I'm not quite sure if they've accounted for Wave. We can see now opting for a bit of a 2-1 split, right? Holding up a slight bit of a gatekeep, if you could even say it. Well, if it is a gatekeep. But the team's still going to try and play the best possible position they can. I can see Titans now looking to move forward, trying to find at least a bit of a play to make here.
One thing we do have to consider, the elephant in the room, right, is that zone is literally cut in half in terms of the playable space. With the river, with the amount of water that is involved in that zone, there is going to be that fight, that push for supremacy of location and real estate that these teams can hold on to, because if they don't have a footing into this next zone, they're going to have to jump into the water, and then they're just going to be fish in a barrel. So let's see how Titans can hold on, because they are getting slowly but surely pushed onto the coastline, and they do not yet want to go further.
Yeah, and I think the big problem with that coastline is going to be the potential shots coming through from the opposite end. As you've already said, right, that waterway is going to be splitting the zone in half. So normally that would be a decent kind of play to have, but at this point, it could be quite a bit of a problem to work with. But Titans now just falling back into the hard cover, and I think this is a great reset opportunity for them. Meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from MAU They've spotted a bit of that Broly action. Vortex now trying to find it, but as we know, Broly is not going to be one to be meddled with, and instead Vortex has to try and patch up that health bar. But a very spread out approach coming through here from MAU. A very, very one-on-one, very isolated play that they're looking to make.
We keep saying that about MAU, but maybe this is the strength that they're trying to work with. We'll see if it works out for them. Broly is, for the time being, quite isolated, is trying to fight for their way out of this space to just get closer and closer towards their teammates, so at least that they could have their back if they should take an engagement here. MAU, in the meanwhile, trying to close that gap, trying to find an angle to work with. We can see Arab Golden just on the high-rise. Beautiful crosshair, but Vortex, for now, using these buildings to their advantage, keeping that cover in check.
I'm curious to see what's going to come through from the rest of the Arab Golden team. Right, we know at least they've got that front line in, and there we have our answer as the coverage comes through. Beautiful bit of Overwatch being played right there. Broly are looking to make the most out of the opportunity. Vortex sending a few of those nades forward, and down they go. It now turns to Skydo to see what they can bring. And Broly says, thank you so much for coming, but we'll see you in one of the other maps, rather.
DK, do you know what that was? That was the perfect bait and switch. Broly, beautiful communication with the team. Knew exactly what crossfire they were holding, knew exactly how to expose the enemies to those angles, and that's exactly what they did. Pulled them out of their location, pulled them out of their cover, and, well, we know what happened afterwards. Blackjack, though, we said you don't want to really get into the water anytime soon because there's so many crossfires. There's so many crosshairs on this waterway that it's not safe. You're fish in a barrel, and now Zeke, the last member alive for Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, Zeke now having to play a little bit of hide and seek here as they've now ducked down into the water. But look at this, Wanted not stopping at those first few elims. Already now trying to capitalize on even more, and that's going to be Ilyas managing to sneak back in behind some hard cover. But I want to see where Ab Golden are going to be looking to push. We already have Brody looking to set up a bit on towards that bridge. Now, if they play this well, that could be an absolutely beautiful setup for them coming into this next phase.
This zone is absolutely wild. There's so much happening. You can't even really pick any single one spot and say, okay, cool, you know, you're safe. There's no one that's really going to be jumping into your action anytime soon because everyone needs to make that rotation. Everyone needs to fight for position in the zone. You can see Triple holding a beautiful line of sight onto those locations here, just under the bridge, trying to find as many eliminations as possible. Back to Titans, they have been zone blessed, so they don't need to make a swim. Same with Wave Esports, same with the World of Battle. They have compounds, they have cover, they have zone. But can they keep it? Because we've got Virtual Gaming, RUKH, we've got so many teams trying to fight their way into the zone.
I feel sorry for RUKH here because they moved to the eastern side. Now they got to trek all the way back to get themselves back into contention here. You can see already the World of Battle are going to be just lying in wait, picking them off like fish in a barrel. And it is now Rami trying to maybe sneak in towards their teammate. Oh, this is not looking good for RUKH, but it's looking absolutely amazing for the World of Battle. And we did see quite a few more shots coming through on towards the edges of zone here. It is going to be Lag, and of course then the players here from Triple. We got VST also just sitting over on towards the western side. So there's still going to be quite a bit of contention coming through on the southern edge.
A9 Key right now just trying to deny that final elimination. And you know what? They'll go out to the zone rather than give Triple anything else. So thank you very much. But what's weird, DK, is we've had two zones now in a row that have just been cut in half, either by a road on Miramar or by the river. So there's a lot of space these teams unfortunately have to give up for. At least this time they have a little bit covered with that bridge. But anyone trying to make a swim, unless there's a beautiful distraction to help them, not going to be a good time, as we can see. Now we have to wait and see how this is going to shift and how we might add a little bit more chaos into the mix.
Speaking about chaos, I'm quite intrigued to see what Triple are going to be doing with their current positioning. They have that 1-3 split with Icy looking to set up a bit of an anchor point there, and I'm curious to see how the rest of the squad are going to be able to join in. But it does seem like Arab Golden are already spotting them out and looking to apply the pressure on as thick as they can manage. But VST also having a pretty tough run, as we can see Abood now just inching back in towards the zone, leaving the rest of the team behind. I mean, RUKH also looking pretty worse for wear as they've been reduced down to an only 2-piece and losing quite a few players out in the drink.
Yeah, Vista are going to be kicking themselves that they didn't get a good line of sight onto Triple Esports making that rotation in. And now, even though they had that beautiful high-rise position, they're going to pay for it because they need to eventually come down and, well, they've already given up their position. So we'll have to wait and see how they'll be able to potentially manage that. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS have taken a few shots. They've given a few shots here to Virtual Gaming, but who will remain on top? Still plenty of eliminations up for grab. And currently, it's Triple Esports and Arab Golden actually running high with the most.
Yeah, and this is CRYPTICS now in such a phenomenal position. They've got eliminations ripe for the picking, and it's going to be DWAS just trying to bring in a last-ditch effort to secure some kind of a positioning, but that blue zone is not going to be kind. Neither will the shots coming through from the opposing teams. The world of battle also now falling a victim to a few of the sprays here. CRYPTICS, of course, now making a bit of a play into that water territory. But look at this, greedy for kills. Oh, having Fivo spotted out down to a two-piece they are. I'm not quite seeing any of those reses coming through, at least not at the time. But look at that, playing beautiful hard coverage positioning.
You know what else I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing a way for the world of battle to get out of the situation. I mean, they are just getting taken down left, right, and center. Zuxi has been keeping their eyes peeled on that coastline position, keeping an eye out for any potentials. The world of battle will be... I was going to say back to 2, back to 1, back to 2, back to 1. They don't really have a chance. But we'll have to wait and see. Eventually, GREEDYFORKILLS are going to have to move out of their position.
Well, I gotta say, Zuxi is an absolute beast. That was such a beautiful spray to witness. But now, it's gonna be Wave looking to inch their way a little bit further in towards the zone. I mean, Titans, they've been sitting pretty for quite some time, right? Not really having to move in any particular direction. And I think that is gonna be quite a problematic position for our opposing teams. But look at this. Icy now from Triple, still holding on to that solo position here. Are they going to be able to make anything happen as Arab Golden are strewn all around them, trying to find a bit of an approach? It's going to be super risky.
I thought there was an opportunity for Rugal to just get up equality, but now Broly has jumped on down, trying to get the drop on Icy, but Icy too quick on the trigger is going to find two. In the meanwhile, Wanted will unfortunately potentially have to leave. Do they have to? I think they have time to get the res up here. Yeah, and they should have space as well, so they will be able to get back up to 3. That was wild, man. I thought Icy was going to take it.
I thought so too, indeed. I definitely thought so. But look at this. It is the world of battle now battling to get themselves back in towards the zone. It is instead Raad applying all the pressure they can find. Mohammed, not in the best position at all. But here we go, Hazem. Just laying waste, and that is the blue zone adding the cherry on top. Down we go, 27 remaining teams. Raad now looking to make quite a bit of an impression here as they still have 2 players up. But only 2 eliminations. Maybe they could still secure themselves a decent positioning moving forward. But this is going to be the deciding shift. Looking at where this next phase is going to be going, will it still look favorable for the Titans? The answer is yes. And this is now Vista and Arab Golden having to just fight their way back into the zone.
Oh, this is going to be a tough battle. I mean, such an awkward fight here on the ridgeline. And I mean, CRYPTICS, they didn't really have a choice but to take this position just because everything else was already taken. Arab Golden, they've been holding so pretty, but now they might have some action on their way. Will LazyBoy and Senke be able to find the timing to take on Arab Golden, or will they be set and ready to take these final few eliminations? And the meanwhile, what's going to happen when they need to move into zone?
No idea, right? That is what we're waiting to find out. But here we go. It is going to be Titans now springing into action. VSC down to 1. Are they going to be able to survive the onslaught? And Bisk now holding on dear life. But such an absolutely challenging position to play. The Titans moving in. There we go. Axa narrowly escaping that first potential knock, but does essentially go right on down as Vista get picked up. And now GREEDYFORKILLS looking to sneak in. Arab Golden also getting sent away.
Oh, okay. This is happening. We have got to see this going through. If GREEDYFORKILLS can get the timing right, they can potentially take Titans out. They're only reduced down to 2, but now they're pushing into Wave Esports. So this is prime third-party opportunity if they can play their cards right. I don't even think Titans would really be expecting these angles to work with, and Wave seem to have a little bit of work here. They have that angle, they have that information, but they're going to be having a lot of shots fired their way.
It's It's going to be a very, very tough play indeed, but let's see. Oh, look at the heads coming through here from one knock. Just quick reactions, just picking up the opportunities, but now it is all down to the fight up in towards Hut 10. We've been waiting to see what Sanhok will present to these teams, and we have our answer. It's going to be one heck of a challenge. Down to 3 squads, 7 players live. Wave sitting with the higher numbers here, but now we're in that absolutely crucial position. There's a minute and a half left until this game ends, right? That's it. The blue zone is going to start to constrict. It will just lay waste to anyone in its way, and it's Molly's getting popped on through. Wave trying to capitalize on the carnage, but instead they fall victim as the hits, the shots come in. Down goes P6. Oh, down goes Titans. And a Wave now riding an absolute storm. Already sitting on 5 eliminations up to their name. But now GREEDYFORKILLS looking to capitalize. And that is exactly what they do. What a play indeed.
I love this. I mean, you never know at which point it is going to turn. How is it going to sway? Or were we going to see Titans coming back with a winner chicken dinner? Or were we going to be seeing Wave Esports and all of their beautiful hard work finally paying off? But no! It was GREEDYFORKILLS who just came in, like I said, with that third party. If they played their cards right, they could have done it, and they did, picking up that winner chicken dinner at the last moment. But again, DK, we have to talk about the eliminations. I mean, there was a wide spread from these teams, and VISTA Gaming, also, I have to commend them for a very long time. They were doing pretty well at holding the line, keeping themselves alive, picking up some eliminations here and there. And there were so many just one-on-one battles that it is hard to pick who could have really done better in that final chaotic Sanhok.
All I can tell you is I've got a stupid smile on my face because we are seeing so much carnage come through. And I mean, it is so surprising. And I mean, it's so captivating, right? Because teams that we thought are going to perform well, they do, but then there's other teams that come right out of nowhere, bring in absolutely surprising performances. And I mean, this is only the start. This is only day 1. We have so many more days to go, and I can only but imagine what the rest of the action is going to look like. But I gotta say, so far, this 2023 season is getting off to an absolute smashing start, and I don't think we could have asked for a better way to get everything going.
No, I mean, everything has just been so on point. You can take a look at the match rankings just to try and figure out what happened there on Sanhok in the last few moments. We can see it was GREEDYFORKILLS who picked up the most placements, but it was Arab Golden picking up that exact same number in eliminations. We had Triple Esports coming through in second in terms of just overall eliminations, and they were sitting 5th. No placements, they sit 5th with 8 eliminations.
We do see a little bit more of a spread coming through with regards to eliminations this time around, right? It's not so top-heavy as we had in our first 2 games, but it's still a very impressive performance coming through nonetheless. I mean, VISTA, as you said, right, they were holding onto the edge position, just trying to play that elevation as for the longest possible time. We did see Abood also rotating forward into zone, then having to backtrack all the way to get their players back up again and continue with the fighting. But the zone was absolutely relentless, and we just love seeing all the surprises that, you know, the game's throwing at them.
It's been very interesting, but let's take a look at that recap and check out our highlights.
جاكسون نجم جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان. هذا الزون يحاول انه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ باصابه ثانيه
مؤذيتين باصابات مؤذيه في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 Season 3. Maps done and dusted, and boy has it been absolutely exciting. I mean, I feel like a kid at Christmas, right? I just can't stop smiling with what these teams are doing out on the battlefield. And of course, speaking about smiling, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now we are heading right back over into Miramar for game number 4. And I mean, looking back at the previous Miramar, right? 2 teams with 14 eliminations apiece. Maybe more than that. I want to see what is going to happen come the second Miramar.
It's ridiculous. I have no better word for tonight than just ridiculous. You know, it's we were saying off camera, it's hot in Africa. I am sweating, but it's also hot in the servers because these teams are just bringing the heat. They are just taking names left, right, and center. They are bringing a clinical execution that we haven't yet seen on PMPL Africa. It's like everyone has stepped it up to new heights, and I'm here for it. I said I want the next PMGC to have more PMPL Africa teams, and they are looking to make that very, very true. So, moving on to Miramar, what to expect? Are we going for 15 kills each? Maybe 2 teams? Maybe 3 teams?
Ooh. I mean, I can't see why not, right? I mean, looking at what these teams have done so far, it won't be surprising if that happens. But of course, as we know, moving in towards Miramar, our 4th match, it is going to Group B rather. Wow, that was a struggle. Group B are going to be sitting this one out. So that would be Blackjack Esports, TEAMLAG, Titan Gaming, as well as Triple Esports. So, yeah, the action will definitely come through by the bucket loads. And this is going to be the first time that we are going to be seeing the players there from RUKH Esports, Smash Team, Team Raad, as well as VISTA, also now stepping out on towards Miramar.
Hey, VISTA, they stepped up in a different way on Sanhok, and I'm hoping that the extra amount of space on Miramar is going to be exactly what they need to bring in their best performance yet, because I want to see a bit more from them. Like we said, we thought they were going to be taking that first map just because it would be kind of funny if they did it this season compared to last season. But now, we just want to see what they're capable of. We want to see what we should be expecting in the rest of the weeks, and I can say the same for every other team. Smash Esports, I want to see a bit more from them. I feel like they've been a bit quiet. We haven't talked a lot about them today, so let's see that action bringing in back on Miramar. And if MAU is playing this Miramar, I want them to be together. Please.
Yes, MAU are playing, right? They're in Group A, so we will be seeing them out on the field. But I have to agree with you with regards to Smash Team, right? We want to see a Smash hit come through, whether it's right here over on Sanhok, on Miramar, or whether it's going to be over on towards Erangel. Either which way, we want to see at least each of our teams step up and shine, because from what we've seen so far over the previous 3 games, they all possess the capability, but we want to have that now be super evident, right? Bring in those absolutely insane clutch plays. I know it's only day 1, but I mean, is it too much to ask, right? Imagine, this is day 1, and I've said this before. What is it going to look like when we get to the end of our 3rd week? What are the finals going to look like? I know that's still far, far away, but I mean, we're off to an absolutely insane start.
I honestly can't fault you for thinking about that just based on the first few games that we've had. And again, there's a lot to think about because of the placement points, how that's changed the meta, how we have now seen that teams are being rewarded more so than ever before for their aggression. So surely we should be seeing more of that aggression, and we are being treated to that, which makes these games extremely exciting because there's a lot more at stake this time when teams take an engagement. It's not just, yes, we want to survive into the next battle. It's we need to get these kills. We need to get these elims. We need to move on into our next engagement with as many points as possible. So that adds that extra bit of excitement and that extra pressure for every single fight we see.
And of course, I'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking as well, right? Do you agree with our statements? Do you agree that it is an absolutely insane start to the action here? Hit us up on social media. You can hit us. You can, of course, reach us on Facebook, on TikTok, as well as on Instagram. But as we were talking about, right? This is only the start. We are on Tuesday, the 21st. We still have so many more days to go. And from what we've seen in previous seasons, that it builds up exponentially, right? There is a slow, steady increase as we progress, not only through the days, but also through the weeks.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous to see these teams already stepping up on the first day, making sure that they are looking to be the absolute best from the get-go. I love seeing this energy. I love seeing what they can do, and I want to see more on the second iteration of Miramar.
Well, we aren't going to have to wait all too long as we jump straight into it. The flight path is going to be starting up towards Campo Militar, all the way in that northeastern side, and heading straight over to a very comfortable western spot, right? Just across De Nuevo. But I think the big kicker in this one is going to be that first initial zone, right? Is it going to be complementary? Is it going to be a little bit more wacky? Will it move down towards those far southern edges? But of course, you can't disregard our insane performance that we have just here on the left of the screen. I mean, one knock coming in with some pretty strong numbers and being just ahead of Marshall and Senke, that says quite a bit.
It does say quite a bit, especially as we're moving into Miramar of all maps, where we saw CRYPTICS just bringing in their skills, bringing in their absolute best shots as they were just running and gunning into every single possible team they could find. So we know they're comfortable on this map, but now who can really put up a challenge up against them? We can see Gaddafi and Koa being very close to Senke in terms of those knockouts, but we need to see a little bit more crucial facts. We need to see some concrete facts to see who's going to be taking up that challenge. And we head towards the south, DK. Los Leones, smack-dam center zone.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, this is going to be a spicy play. Already, like, you usually call this what, a packet of Smarties or Skittles? What is it? Whatever.
Skittles.
Yeah, Skittles. We do see quite a few Skittles up in towards those northern territories. But as we know, the teams are going to start with their trek heading down towards those southern sides. And we could potentially see a few aiming for Impala, maybe moving all the way in towards Puerto. But if we look at what we have cooking right here, I think Vampires are going to be looking to potentially maybe get themselves looted up relatively quickly and then move out of San Martin. But URUS, I don't think they're going to be looking to allow too much of that.
Well, we know the last time we saw URUS on Miramar, they were the second highest grossing team in terms of eliminations. So it doesn't look like they want to stop anytime soon, but this time they might be the ones on the chopping block. They might be the ones that are challenged, as Vampires will be coming through from under them. So that is going to be something they need to consider. If they can hold their ground, they can really walk away with some beautiful eliminations. And they are split into a very different here because now they don't have all of that, surrounding cover. They're not the ones pincering everyone else. They're the ones being pincered. Do they have the equipment? Do they have the setup to actually withstand this, is the question.
It's going to be a tough play whichever way it goes, but we'll find out soon enough what that will be. I mean, this is a pretty close call. Oh, no. Bum. Why? Down goes Bum. MAU again losing their first player in the early stages of the game. It is unfortunate, but it is what it is. And again, MAU going for a very spread out play. Very, well, nearly the exact drop that they had in the previous Miramar.
It's perplexing to me, DK, because obviously now we can see they're doing it on purpose, right? It wasn't because we said the last time maybe it was because of the drops, maybe someone took their initial position, but they're in the exact same spot. They're going for smaller loot drops, but they're going for them individually. So that does mean that if any team drops next to them, the exact same thing happens. This time at least it wasn't Vortex going out first, but it is still MAU dropping a player early on. So it is clearly a part of their strategy. I just don't know how I see it panning out into the later days because I just haven't seen that glimmer from them just yet. I mean, I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Make me eat my words, please. But let's see that action come through for MAU. In the meantime, we turn back to URUS and Vampires, still waiting to see what's going to be the result of this onslaught. And if Vampires will come out on top and finally take down URUS, because if they do, we know that is a massive, massive competitor to take off the board.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be on the board at all. But now, both teams just in a bit of a standoff. The entirety of URUS just forced up onto the top floor. And I think this gives Vampire a slight bit of an advantage because they can still reach in with the utility instead of just a full-on, you know, upfront rush trying to leverage any potential players moving into this building. But we'll have to wait and see how this one then pans out. We know URUS, you know, RUKH and Ramsey, all of them, they have quite a decent amount of experience when it comes to playing these kind of positions. And already, they're starting to push out the windows, trying to get a bit of a jump on them. Oh, that is one URUS just flying out the window. But will they be able to capitalize? Instead, it is Vampires playing the hit on them.
Yeah, URUS actually trying to make the move here instead of being moved on into. They wanted to be the ones picking this engagement, but they might be paying a heavy price for it. Weiss is going to have to fall down to look for that potential res, but Vampire's prepping the nades, looking for that final push. D3S holding the line. Rauf just trying to keep some space between them and their teammates to wait for the backup.
Let's see where this one is going to go. Come on, Savage now. Just trying to push on in Rauf. Having to find a little bit of a different approach here. But look at this. D3S just picking up Ramsey. And now it's going to be that rush opportunity. RUKH already moving into position. Finds a bit of damage. Oh, down they go. And this could be Vampires just sucking the life out of URUS.
Oh, this is perfect. This is literally Vampires taking a book out of URUS's playbook and literally turning it on towards them. That beautiful spread out. As soon as they saw what URUS was doing, they were the ones who spread out. They took them down bit by bit. They dissected them like the perfect project. And now they will be picking up those 3 eliminations, looking for the final one, looking to take URUS off of Miramar is going to be a huge, huge, huge opportunity for them. We always say, take out your opponents early. Not only do you give yourself that extra space, but you take away the challenge for the later zones.
This is Weiss now. Potentially getting caught in a bit of a vice here. Oh, yep. Down they go. And that was Savage as URUS now get eliminated. And Vampires, oh, sitting on 4 elims to their name. Beautiful wipe coming through. And Ninja just, you know, picking up the majority of the eliminations. But that was an amazing run coming through from Vampires. Now comes the hard work. Now comes the relocation back into the safety of that zone.
Oh, we love to see it. Just that immediate turnaround, you know, with teams placing targets on their backs, with them stepping up for the challenge, doing well, you'd almost think that, oh, the rest of the teams are going to get scared off, right? Not the case. Vampires, they step on in. If they could see who they were playing with, they wouldn't really care because they're going to treat every single opponent like the same one, everyone on equal footing, because that's what they have to do if they want to be the champions. If they want to be the ones reigning on top, they need to take every single challenge head on, and that was a beautiful execution and showcase of their ability. Now we can see the mind weapon, well, trying to run away from virtual gaming right now. Who are just throwing some beautiful shots, but they actually get a bit of the taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, not only that, but we've got 3 teams sitting in this region, right? We've got Arab Golden, just the position over on towards the eastern side. The Mind Machine, now look at the Mind Weapon, rather trying to see what they can get done. And they do find Stroy as they get picked up. It's now down to 1 shot and the rest of the crew. But it's a very, very difficult play to make. But at least they have a bit of a stand over on that eastern side. Yet so many teams still out in that blue. And as we know, you can't really afford to spend all too much time out in the blue zone.
No, not at all. I wouldn't want to at this point, just because of all the teams that have that ability to take shots at you as you want to move on in. And now we have that zone, just making it all so much more difficult for these teams, because it is just heading straight towards the south. And lo and behold, who's in the zone? It is CRYPTICS, it is Wave, it is VISTA Gaming, and the World of Battle, holding a beautiful position, but they are about to get some company, and a lot of company at that. We still have 15 teams alive. We still have a lot of players trying to get their position into this next phase. And DK, at this stage, I mean, it's anyone's game, really. I can't even try and predict. I'm so glad you didn't ask me, because I can't. The games we've had have just thrown my brain cells out of the window.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, my window was closed, so that, you know, it can't go out. It just bounced back and right
so
back
you did
into my
predictions.
head. No chance. No
But
chance.
you said.
No. But Black Hand, they're going to be rolling through, trying to push into the northern side of zone. It does seem like a relatively comfortable rotational pathway that they are on, at least for the time being. But I think once they move in towards Los Leones, it is going to be absolute carnage to come in. And we just see so many teams now just starting to cram themselves in. Wave looking to situate themselves a little bit more towards the southern side. But they're going to run in towards CRYPTICS, as we can already see those shots connecting through.
Oh, it's beautiful. Let's see some action here. Wave Esports going to get that information. But it doesn't look like they want to go on it just yet. They don't have the angles. They're actually going to turn right back. That might lead them to VISTA Gaming, so we'll have to wait and see if they're going to continue on that path, or if they might just continue their journey somewhere else. CRYPTICS moving on in with the full force of their team is going to spot out a few stragglers, get some information to work with later on, but they still have to hold position. We've got a lot more teams that are going to join the party. VISTA is going to be joining a little bit of a party of their own here with Wave Esports, as they have actually isolated one knock.
Ooh. That could be a little bit problematic for Wave, but I don't think they are going to be feeling too phased about that, as we see one knock now opting for a little bit of a push, trying to get out. But now Mozaro also has a few tricks up sleeves. But look at the CRYPTICS now moving up on that beautiful bit of elevation just on the southern side, and that could spell quite a bit of disaster for the teams down below. As the shots he starts to just fly on through. MAU actually finding a little bit of damage, as we can see them now stepping up in the feed, and there we go, laying into the GREEDYFORKILLS team. But let's see what's going to happen right here up in towards the glorious Los Leones. I mean, city finishes are also always so dang challenging. But we still have 15 teams left. I can't even process this.
I just loved how Wave, they got their member back, and they're like, cool, in the cars, we leave now. We're not doing this, please. No, not right now. And now they've just put themselves in a bit of a three-way here between RUKH, VISTA Gaming, potentially later CRYPTICS as well, though. So they still have a lot of action up on their plate that they need to deal with. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be finding each other first, who's going to take that first shot. But Wave, they're keeping themselves mobile. They're keeping themselves constantly changing position and trying to find a safe haven, because they can hear all of these shots. They can see this information by finding the players. They know that they're not safe. So I like that they're keeping mobile. And I found it a little bit funny, because it just looked like they were like, nope, thank you, I'm out. But this mobility might save them later on if they place their cards right.
Yeah, especially with such high numbers still remaining in this game, I think mobility could play quite a big part in the success of a team here. But I mean, at least for the time being, things are not looking all too great. I mean, we got a Wave holding a position, we got CRYPTICS right there alongside them. We've got the World of Battle also not too far away from that very position. This is going to be down to the very last zone. This is at least what I think is going to be happening, because these teams are relentless, right? No one wants to be the next one to fall.
But like you also said, city battles, I mean, there's just so many nooks and crannies for teams to just hide in, for them to just hold their position and wait for that prime opportunity to really get involved in the action. So it will come down to the wire, because no one wants to stand up These placements have made such a difference, and we've only had a few maps to actually witness its change here in PMPL Africa, so it's absolutely brilliant to see. But we still have more teams making their way in, making their rotation in, trying to find a little position for them to nestle in, and it's going to be tough. I mean, space is running out at a rapid pace.
But there's an interesting thing that I'm noticing here is like we still have all these players, all these teams, a lot of movement, but we're not seeing anyone really getting sent anywhere, right? They all just keep repositioning. And I think once we hit that stage 4, right, the 4th phase, it is going to be absolute carnage. I'm waiting for that snowball effect to really come into full swing. But of course, looking at the players here from the Mighty Weapon, they're going to be looking to try and just stay ahead of CRYPTICS. I mean, it's such a back and forth, but even looking into the city, the teams are just holding a steady position.
The mobility makes sense, right? Because the key here for every team is that they want to get eliminations. And the only way for them to get that is just pick engagements that they know that they can win. So by doing that, they need information. And the only way to really handicap any of the other teams is to take the information away from them. So even if you get spotted, you move. You take that information away from them. You take all of your teams and push them into a guessing game so that they can't be the ones to push on up to you, because that's the meta now. They have to push. And so this is maybe one of the best ways to really limit how many teams will be taking you on, is by just staying mobile, by staying just continuously a mystery to everyone around you. So I like what these teams are bringing in. We do see a little bit of back and forth between Arab Golden and RUKH, taking a few shots here and there, moving closer and closer into center. But I'm liking this mobility, DK. I think these teams have just got this meta down to the wire.
Yeah, it does look to be quite improved, but we did see a quick little bit of a glance at that map, the players there from Smash Team, and we have on the mini-map now, moving in on that western side, rotating all the way down south. We were waiting for them to bring in a bit of a performance, as we mentioned earlier, and this could be that opportunity for exactly that now to happen. But RUKH, Arab Golden, also looking to settle their differences, but here we go. It is going to be Black Lost now moving forward, being pretty close there to Wanted. But as we know, Arab Golden is going to be quite the force to be reckoned with. A quick and effortless pickup going through as they now look to just reinforce themselves back into the hardcover.
I would love to see Arab Golden bringing in a beautiful performance, but we said the same thing for Smash. We wanted to see a little bit more from them, and this might be the opportunity they were waiting for. Coming through from that southern side, they don't really have anyone towards the west. They only really have to worry about what's up ahead of them, and that is RUKH and Arab Golden. If they can find a good opportunity, if they can find the timing, they could be picking up some great eliminations here, giving themselves a beautiful spacing here in the southern portion of the zone. Meanwhile, Vista Gaming, Virtual Gaming, I mean, take your pick. Who's going to be taking this one?
One of the V teams, right? We don't know which one it is going to be, but it is a VVV coming through here. Virtual Gaming's on a 3-piece, so looking to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. Looking at VISTA, also keeping a very, very tight angle, still rocking that full squad. But Kakao, just on the edge, could find a great entry point sent through with that utility in a one-shot. The rest of the team now trying to play the best possible angles they can find. Oh, a little bit of a bold move, not really pinpointing Mazzaro's angle there. But look at this, Mazzaro instead looking to get up high. And we could see those utilities now getting flung across. But so much awareness being held by both teams here.
It's beautiful. These teams have to be aware. They have to be cognizant of their surroundings, because, like we said, the meta has changed and teams are looking for opportunities to start those engagements and pick up eliminations. Virtual Gaming holding on strong, but we can say the exact same thing here for Vista. We haven't seen a sway on either side just yet. It might have to come down to someone else or the zone forcing their hand. Or we might be seeing a stalemate for a little while, waiting for that first initial engagement. They need a knock to be able to move.
I still can't believe that we are sitting with 15 teams still alive at this stage. I mean, we're about to run out of space, right? Once the shift comes through, that's it. That is going to be the absolute point, and these teams now need to try and secure at least a little bit of something, but it moves slightly west. So MAU, I like where they find themselves. Nice bit of hard cover, but this is now VXP and Virtual Gaming getting right down to business. Let's see who's going to reign supreme. Will it be Vista? Oh, Bisk comes in with a cheeky double hit with a DPS. Oh, but Mazzara gets spotted out. It's now down to one shot, and this could be Vista's opportunity to get a clean sweep over towards Virtual Gaming.
Vista Gaming, they were forced into this position because of the zone, but they are making it look like absolutely beautiful positioning and a beautiful opportunity to take out Virtual Gaming. Looking for that final one shot into one shot, as you can see. Making that move around, DPS in hand, and it's done. Vista Gaming, their hand was forced, but they made it work, and now they'll be picking up those beautiful eliminations, but they need to run into zone.
And there's going to be quite a bit of running to do. I mean, they're not the only team. There are so many teams still caught on those outlying positions. But here we go. We can see TIMEOUT moving forward. We got the RUKH also still trying to move forward. CRYPTICS quickly trying to heal up their wounded. We got the mind weapon just moving down in on that southern position. Arab Golden hot on their heels. Just up ahead of them. And this is that snowball effect. Let's see where the CRYPTICS are going to go. Will they be able to find a little bit of position? A very cheeky and almost a sniper-esque kind of play coming through from CRYPTICS here.
It's a very tough decision for them to make because they have a lot to keep track of. They've got the mind weapon, they've got Arab Golden right behind the mind weapon, Ra'ad as well from that same angle. And then behind them, it's RUKH, it's Vista Gaming. I mean, Wave could even jump in if they really wanted to, so they need to hold the line. And unfortunately, they find themselves sandwiched between all of these competitors. A decision to make is going to literally be the maker or breaker of CRYPTICS as they hold on towards this eastern line. But for now, they've got cover. They've got a little bit of the zone to work with. They have some time to just plan it out and to see what they can do. The rest of the teams, however, coming through from the north, I don't know.
But we are seeing a little bit more of a reluctancy for teams, at least now, moving forward, right? They don't want to take that plunge. We did see a lot of that kind of zonal positioning coming through, but it seems like instead the teams are focusing a lot more on the edge positioning. And here comes TIMEOUT as they're looking to find a bit of an opportunity over on towards Wave. The utilities getting flung in both directions. Oh, both teams positioned within the zone, but who will be the one to take it though? As it is going to be a bit of a standoff, but they have to be very watchful for those third-party angles. Got to keep your head on a swivel. We can see all those damage numbers now just flying in as RUKH, as well as VST and CRYPTICS are going at each other just up ahead. But here we go. It is now up to one knock who gets that first knock in. In fact, there's two knocks now, as Hazard and Mido now try to survive. Again, the utilities get sent out, the flames all over the place. Up comes a Wave, they move forward, one knock falls, Mido also falls, and now it is up to Hemo. But be able to hold on. Hazard could be in a world of trouble here.
I can't really see a way. Again, we keep saying this, Hazard, like always in the worst positions, in the worst situations, but this time it's just because Wave Esports have picked up the pacing. They're looking to take a team wipe here. They want those eliminations, and they will very, very close be. Yes, they will be having a timeout goes out. And yeah, I mean, just beautiful, beautiful work here from Wave Esports. But we turn our attention here to Arab Golden Smash and the Mind Weapon as they are looking to hold the line, pick up some eliminations, and move into zone, because that has to be their priority here. But there's just so many eliminations looking about, DK. How could they not take a piece?
Yeah, I can't argue with that at all, but now it is going to come down to the Smash team, still positioned on that southern edge, looking to just utilize their 2-1-1 split, and that is going to be wanted. Now getting picked up. Oh, look at the spray. Oh, it could be on point. Yes, it is, and this is now bad, looking to swing that hammer on through. Equality is going to be the final contender left now for Arab Golden. But oddly enough, we're not seeing a single elimination for the side of Arab Golden.
It's a very different Arab Golden. Ooh, I was going to say they might be down under the tires. They might be holding on. We've got a lot of teams moving in from the southern position here. The Mind Weapons still have to make their move. Smash after the back of a beautiful couple of eliminations. They need to get themselves out of here, and I don't think they'll be able to do that. The Mind Weapon and Ra'ad in the meanwhile looking for that back and forth.
Oh, but come on. That is now a very tough position to move forward. Oh, Max getting hit. Up comes a white boy, looking to bring in a little bit of that reinforcement. Ra'ad looking to hold up a strong defensive line, even though the numbers don't seem to be in their favor. It is going to be Azam. Oh, down they go. White boy staying true to their name, getting the wipe in right there. but still a very, very compromised position as they are quite exposed. CRYPTICS also now getting backed up. We got the Vampires now going at the players here from Black Hand. It is down to RUKH, looking to see if they can bring in any potential reses, but Savage is not going to be looking to let that happen just yet.
Oh, that nade going to be sent on through. Oh, it's going to find Storm. RUKH will just narrowly escape, but they are reduced down to only 2 standing members of the Black Hand, with Plaza slowly but surely potentially going down. As Yazan is going to close that gap, looking for that final shot into Plaza. Might reduce Black Hand completely down to only 2.
Right, so now it is a little bit of a standoff coming through here. I mean, it is Yazan holding strong. Really able to find it though. Oh, come on, Vampires. They have a great opportunity, but Black Hand gonna be looking to bring in all the upsets as the nade comes through. Koa finds a doozy. Now, one player stands between Black Hand and possession of at least this northern territory. It's gonna be none other than Ninja, and up comes the hit, and Koa locks it in.
What was that nade, Koa? Come on! MVP surely for Black Hand in this Miramar match, as they just got the perfect double nade to find themselves that opening into that engagement and just to shut it down completely. What a beautiful revenge play. But now we need to see if they'll be able to carry it on forward. At least they are left to their own devices in that northern side of the zone, but it has shifted towards the center. So almost everyone, except for GREEDYFORKILLS, at least one of Smash and one of the World of Battle, will not have to move. But oh, this is going to be a tough time.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. Black Lost now just trying to ride this ridge. We got the Mind Weapon positioned up ahead of them. And looking at the numbers left for the Mind Weapon, I don't think they are going to be posing too much of a threat here for Smash Team. But we are yet to see what Smash Team is capable of. I mean, already they are sitting up on 8 eliminations. So, you know, don't discount them just yet. They could still make quite a bit of a splash here.
Honestly, it feels like these teams are just listening to us. We said we wanted to see more from Smash, and here they bring in those 8 eliminations. We see so many more teams stepping on up, and it's beautiful. Just that constant back and forth. This is what we need. Heavy competition in PMPL Africa 2023. But now who's going to take this final Miramar of the day? Let's see Koa on the prowl here, potentially with Wave's number.
But if we look at the positioning, I mean, it is Black Hand definitely focusing their efforts forward. It is the World of Battle now, just trying to pick up a few plays. Well, look at that, Koa sneaking in even more hits, already sitting up to 5. Oh, the nade comes in, and that is Muhammad with a pinpoint blast there. But where will it go? As the World of Battle are going to be battling to defend this compound. They got a Wave on the one side. Black Hand moving in not too far away. Koa finds a hit, but goes right on down. Wave now down to a one piece, potentially, if Hemo can't secure that res. And that is MAU also then getting packed on up. And here we are. 6 teams remain, as that is all. And oh, that is Wave following suit.
Oh, the World of Battle, they have finally stepped on up in a very concrete manner on a Miramar top 5. They find themselves in with a beautiful bouncy of eliminations, but how many more can they add to the tally? Smash, I mean, I have to give it up to them. They have stepped up in ways I couldn't have imagined. They are our elimination leaders. Only 2 ahead of the Black Hand, who are also holding on strong. We can see these teams moving on in. Smash from the south. They do have at least one person that they would have had to worry about. The Mind Weapon going down. Just one more from GREEDYFORKILLS that could be a bit of a threat or a bit of an annoyance as they want to move into zone.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen here. Smash definitely looking to make quite a bit of an impression here. I mean, they are down on that southern edge while the rest of the teams are pushing in from the more northern territories, but we still have Nossa also just hanging around there for GREEDYFORKILLS. But look at that as Black Lost gets re-knocked. And now this could be the World of Battle looking to make things exceptionally difficult. Nothing has been decided just yet. The only thing we know is that that blue zone is going to start closing in yet again. And once it closes, It is that time of the day. No more phases, only blue. So the team's really having to settle their differences here. But I'm loving what the World of Battle team is doing at this point. Still just keeping a very strong cohesion kind of position over on towards the eastern side.
I was going to say the Black Hand, though, is going to be the defining factor here for the World of Battle as they move on out from the northern side. They flanked the World of Battle. They've already found one knock, and you can see they're pushing on up for those confirmations. They want to make sure this 2v4 goes in their actual manner, but unfortunately, the World of Battle, they're holding strong.
Well, let's see where this one goes. Oh, RUKH finds a bit of a hit. Now comes the full send, so low on the health bar. Oh, and Mohammed with a beautiful jump shot to close that one out. Black Hand getting sent out in third place. Now it is going to be Smash up against the side of World of Battle. But World of Battle sitting on 8 eliminations, only one player up. And this is now quite the difficult position that Mohammed finds themselves in. Right, going up against a full 3-piece with decent health bars. And they now need to try and bring in that res, but up comes the hit, the spray, the eliminations start to fall, and there we go, Smash Team finishing off with an exceptional, glorious winner with a chicken dinner.
I was a bit worried towards the end. I thought they were giving the World of Battle too much time. But I mean, speaking of timing, everything just had this weird, like, final second change up. I thought Black Hand had everything in their place to be able to take out the World of Battle. And then we just saw that quick switch around here from the World of Battle. They've managed to actually survive that as only a 1 out of 4 standing. And then Smash just taking out GREEDYFORKILLS, coming through for those final hits. I thought there was an opportunity for the World of Battle to recover, but thankfully in the last second Smash, they made sure that they closed out their wondrous Miramar map with a beautiful winner chicken dinner, because they deserve it. Honestly, they stepped up and we asked for it, and they stepped up in a massive way.
That's a smash hit if I've ever seen one. So well done to them. Well played, and doing so with a pretty strong and healthy dose of eliminations. We are going to be looking at those map rankings momentarily to see exactly how many points these teams were able to secure. But of course, again, Miramar not disappointing. These teams stepping up, being dealt such a difficult hand with regards to those zone shifts, but they just keep on keeping on, and it is just action all over the place.
It's what we like to see, and it's what these teams, we've been waiting for them to give to us. But as we take a look at those match rankings, you can see Smash Team picking up 13 elimination points. Right behind them, we've got the World of Battle and Black Hand, who also did phenomenally there towards the final moments, even just as a 2-piece. We can see a few more eliminations spread up amongst the top 8, but as we go to the second page, it's looking a little bit more dire. We've got a few teams sitting on 0, unfortunately, DK, but at least there's some eliminations towards the second page.
Yeah, I mean, at least, we gotta hand out those bags of donuts at some point. So unfortunately, it was Arab Golden, RUKH, and of course the players there from URUS. But it just shows you how unpredictable all of this is, right? Teams that have been performing exceptionally well in our previous games, coming into yet another match, and things take an entire swing, moving in a completely different direction, a direction we would never really have thought.
That seems to be the theme of today, right? Again, this is why we had to stop with predictions, because we can't say anything anymore. Statistics are out the window. These teams are bringing in performances like we've never seen before. But let's just remind ourselves while we take a look at those highlights.
Hello, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Pro League. I mean, this is insane. This is Pro League like we've been waiting to see, right? The spring season for 2023 is absolutely on fire. We've already concluded 4 of our 5 games. Next up, we are going to be heading over into Erangel to see what the teams can shake up next. But before we go anywhere, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. So much love going out to them. And speaking about much love, right? We've been seeing these teams just keep on surprising us. I wanted to say this before we head into the break. Right, you were saying that we can't make predictions anymore because everything is so unpredictable, right?
Wild.
But I guess the thing is, we got to decide who's the team that we think will be the most unlikely team to maybe potentially win that chicken dinner, and that's the team that we go for, right? The team that we think like, we haven't seen anything from that, and then they step up.
Reverse psychology on our predictions. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no one comes to mind.
Yeah, no, same here. Don't worry. Like I'm all blank. I'm all blank. I just thought that would sound clever, right? I just I wanted to seem big brain, but I guess I failed epically on that one. But as we know, of course, we are going to be stepping over into our final Erangel of the day to see who are going to be our teams to step up and shine. I mean, we've had quite the spread rather when it comes to the teams taking in those winner chicken dinners, right? We had the players from Arab Golden step up. We've had in the last game Smash team stepping up and doing so in quite the fashion. So I mean, like it's anyone's game at this point, and I love that.
It's beautiful to see, like we said, that back and forth, that competitive spirit, so alive in PMPL Africa. Yes, this is the first day, so there's like a grain of salt that we have to take a lot of these results with, because first day jitters, first day just trying to get an idea of what your competition's looking like. You're maybe not going to be playing at your best just yet because you want to see what you can and cannot get away with. But these kind of days are what make me excited, because I keep saying it. If we can have this competitive back and forth, if we can have some of the best teams being forced into a corner by new faces, by new challenges, it means that there's a very, very healthy competitive spirit in Africa that is going to actually facilitate new champions in PMGC, in everywhere else. And that is crucial to having an esports just being absolutely just sort of rising from the dead almost, because we are having new talent being brought into the scene. We are having a new resurgence of skills being spread out amongst these competitions, and that's how you get to the majors, man.
Yeah, that's how you get to the majors, or the PMGC as we call it here in PUBG. But either which way, of course, let's take a quick look at our teams, just to remind everyone who we have that are participating, who our legends are, the beasts stepping out onto the field. As we know, stepping into the final game of the day, Group A are going to be sitting this one out. So that would mean no Arab Golden, Wave Esports, or MAU Esports, or even CRYPTICS. And it is now that opportunity for TEAMLAG, Triple Esports, Blackjack, as well as Titan Gaming to step back out onto the field and show us what they can bring into the final Erangel. But there's just so much happening across the board, right? And you said we are looking at the first day jitters. Now, if the level of performance that we are witnessing right now is the jitter stage, I don't want to see what these teams are going to look like when they step out feeling like a super confident team.
That's the thing, and we have to wait and see who's going to be the first team to step out of those jitters and be the first team to bring in that confidence. Already I would say CRYPTICS has had a very confident start to the day. They were playing like the CRYPTICS we know, the CRYPTICS of ye old that we've seen in past. They don't really look shaken up by the new challenges until you go to the next map, and then all of a sudden they get taken out in a 2v4 because just we can do that now. So it's wild, because I feel like everyone is just very confident, and everyone is taking every single engagement on like they're on equal footing. Like I said, there's not that fear of like, I don't want to step out, I don't want to take this fight, because you don't have time for that. The meta doesn't allow that anymore. You have to fight.
Yeah, but what's exciting also is, sure, they won, right? But I think the more important part is going to come through is who will be able to maintain the consistency, because yes, they are setting the bar, they are setting the level of expectation right out of the gate, and I got to say they're setting it exceptionally high. But now the challenge comes to see where and who will be able to sustain that. And of course, we will be finding out very, very soon who will be able to sustain themselves with yet another winner chicken dinner. We look at our flight path, and it's a very, very southern one this time around.
I haven't seen a straight a flight path that straight horizontally in a very long time. We're just cutting Erangel off, you know. We're just saying goodbye to the military base. No, thank you. We don't want to do that now. But the zone is going to be the question here. If we're going to be going for a straight northern shot, then a lot of the teams are going to just have to jump into those vehicles, make their way on through. We saw, you know, a few teams really favoring Severny early on in the previous Erangel, and it paid off for them in the early stages. But this time around, we might go for something even crazier. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, but this is kind of why we're here, right? We are just as the fans trying to figure out what on earth is going to happen, and I gotta say the edge of my seat is looking a little bit worn. I mean, we're only on the first day, but that's fine. I've got backup. I've got reinforcements, as the team will need a little bit of reinforcement as we head back up north again. This is just a little bit more east from where we saw our first zone going, all the way back in map number 1.
Yeah, it's a copy. It's almost a perfect copy paste, but that flight path is just, oh, it's a deadly combination. Like you said, a lot of the teams taking longer flights. It means they're going to delay themselves, getting on, you know, boots on the ground, trying to get their loot up as soon as possible. We have a few, we have a few teams that decided to start the action early on, like RUKH and Raad. Thank you very much for that. At least the first elimination will be going to RUKH. Raad, for now, will just have to deal with 3. But TIMEOUT, I mean, they took the military base route, right? So they got their boots on the ground as soon as possible, but now they also need to worry about their rotation. They need to get themselves onto the main island.
Ooh, yeah, and that's going to take a little bit of work, but it does seem like if RUKH continue on forward, they could be the first team to venture up in towards the north, but actually, factually, it is Blackjack that has beaten them to the punches. They are our most northern team at this point. But looking at Smash, they seem to be in a little bit of hot pursuit, right? They got the Vampires just winging it up ahead of them. And this could also be quite a bit of an exciting altercation coming through in the early game.
I mean, Smash, after they did so well on Miramar, I wouldn't want them to really have any trouble so early on Erangel. You know, I want to see that consistency coming through for Smash. We need some consistency, DK, because then maybe we can start doing predictions. I mean, then we can at least see who is going to be leading the pack on this first week of PMPL Africa. And so far, it's still anyone's game for me. I don't know about you. I just feel like everyone has stepped up to the plate.
Well, let's see how many plates there will be to step up towards this. We can see a little bit of our points up at the top of the screen there. We get CRYPTICS already sitting on a very comfortable 38 points to their name. Where are they going to go from here? Currently taking the lead ahead of the pack. And of course, well, the lower end of that board was the players from Blackjack with only 2 points up. So quite a bit of a disparity, 36-point difference, but not too much separating our top 5 teams, right? We got 38, 33, 31, and then we got Smash Team and the World of Battle sitting on 23 points apiece.
It is looking spicy. I do like that we're starting to see a lot of the newer faces sort of stepping up in their own way, you know, making an impact, but still it's like the old guard is still here, holding strong, looking to not let go of any of the positions, looking to hold on to PMPL Africa slots as much as they possibly can, and it's good to see. It means that, you know, everyone is staying competitive and keeping up to date with meta, keeping up to date with their skills, and training very, very hard for these competitions, which we love to see. We do love to see it. But Erangel, the final map of the day, DK, and are we going to see another split zone? Are we going to see that waterway coming in to an Erangel finish as well?
Well, I won't say no to that. I mean, I would love a little bit of that water action potentially making its way through over on towards Erangel. But speaking about Erangel, look at Raad, right? I mean, they're looking all over the place, but we can see that their rotational pathway is absolutely clear. They can essentially go wherever they choose, well, aside from Severny, because that is where RUKH currently find themselves situated, but everywhere else towards this northern side is free for the taking. So who knows? Maybe they could wander all the way up into towards shooting range. It is going to be a little bit of a risky play if they look to push too far north. But as we now move over to the eastern side, this is where we find the players from Virtual Gaming Squad. Of course, Blackjack just a little bit further up ahead. And as to be expected, Black Hand situated up in towards Yasnaya Poliana.
But also just behind Virtual Gaming, there is a little bit of a looming threat of Greedy4Kills making their rotation on into the zone. So a little bit of a splash there on the mini-map. So they might be getting closer. We'll have to wait and see if they cut on through. Here we go. Cutting into that zone. It looks like they'll be avoiding Virtual Gaming for now, depending on what this next turn is going to be. But that doesn't mean that they're out of danger just yet. We've got Blackjack and Blackhand, like you said, just looming out in this area. I wonder if anyone is going to take a straight shot into Stolber, because, again, like you said, moving too far north could be a bit of a risky play, but might give them an interesting angle to work with.
I guess it depends on how you rotate to that point, right? If you're going to venture through an already occupied area, you could run into a few challenges along the way. But if you find kind of clear coast way to, a clear sneaky way to rotate in, that could be exactly what you need. And of course now it is going to be Blackjack having to face off against the side of Greedy4Kills. I'm not quite sure what the buggy is doing on the roof, but sure, right? We've seen quite a few interesting things come through in PUBG, but now, oh, that is Angie getting met with a beautiful DBS.
Yeah, look, Greedy4Kills sticking to their name, looking for a bit more. Hamodi actually did rotate back to try and give some cavalry, to give some backup here, or provide an opportunity for their teammate to rotate on out, but it looks like they're going to stick around for some revenge here. Greedy4Kills did take one of their own, so now they're looking for some payback. Setting a few nades, looking for maybe a bit of a vehicle blow-up if they can find one of them. This might be a good opportunity. Nossa, though, holding that flanking angle is going to be the detrimental factor here for Blackjack Esports. Ooh!
Ooh, nice one coming through there from Zeke. But I want to see what is going to happen now as Phonics just moves a little bit closer. This could be a great opportunity and a good angle to play on towards Greedy4Kills. Oh, that is Zeke being found out as Nossa reaches in. Rhino, are they going to stampede and just rush on forward, or instead maybe try and play a bit of an off angle? Out they go! Ooh. They find a Hamadi on the opposite end, picks up the hit, but down they go in exchange. Phonics now comes up, absolutely laying a waste to them. And what a turn of events this is. It's now down to Zoxy to try and pick up the remaining pieces here.
Oh, it is basically down to a 1v1. Hamadi and Zeke are still going to be down. Phonics might look for a res onto Hamadi if they have the time, and if those nades don't make the connection, then they could turn this into a 2v1. On the other hand, Zuxi nowhere near their teammate to try and get this res popped on through. They might go for this now, but Zeke could give them that information, could give the warning sign to their teammates.
But there we go. Zuxi locking on target. Now it is going to be Phonics looking to come rushing in with that Tommy gun. Oh, big barrel on as well. But here we have it. Oh. Zuxi running out of health as they get backed on up. That is Greedy4Kills getting sent back at least with 2 eliminations to their name.
I have to give it up to Blackjack Esports. Like we said, they turned a dire situation, a 3v4, into something really wonderful for them. Yes, they lost another in the process, but at least they picked up those 4 eliminations. So they will be going on forward with a little bit of extra points in the pocket. Let's see what else they can do with that as we wait for the teams to find their positions in zone, but all to just keep moving. As we know, we've seen a lot of these teams just staying mobile, staying constantly on the prowl for better positions and for better angles into these engagements. You can see Virtual Gaming being one of those, making a northern approach, not quite yet jumping into Savoni, but I do hope they just scout it out before they do go further, because we know RUKH is just lying in wait for any team moving on north.
Yeah, speaking about north, ooh, it's going to be the world of battle now, aiming up north as they've spotted the mined weapon. Just trying to push on off, and I think it's fine that they've now lost a player. Now they can focus their efforts on that positioning, and seeing that the zone is also just kept on moving further and further up in towards those northern territories is going to be absolutely essential to find a good position.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But it's not going to be without its challenges. We do still have one or two teams that need to get themselves into zone. Timeout in particular, we know they dropped Military Island. They've got the furthest journey out of everyone. But because of all this northern shift and the southern, flight path, there's a lot of pressure on that southern point. And you can see Triple Esports now capitalizing on a little bit of that rotation. Vampires looking to do the same. Weiss out in the open, hopefully being able to get out of the situation. So I don't want URUS to drop a member right now.
Ooh, but I mean, we're not quite sure if that order will be processed, as URUS now just holding steady. I gotta agree with this is not the best position for Weiss to be in. Very, very spread out play. I mean, there's so many players just crammed over on towards this western side. It's actually quite difficult to figure out where the rest of the team is situated. But Vampires, that's not going to stop them as they try and make a bit of a play over on towards VISTA. But fortunately, VISTA already having that extra little bit of a push over the ridge.
Yeah, Weiss will go down. Ultimately, Vampire is just too good. But VISTA Gaming, as we've mentioned, they've moved on in. They've gotten some of that information. They would have heard the shots going off so that they know danger is out in the open. You can see the rest of URUS all the way towards Ruin. So they were so far off. There was no chance for them to even try and help out Weiss. Unfortunately, they will just have to take a rotation on out. But Zone is going to give them a bit of an interesting opportunity. Because of the way that it shifted, URUS might find themselves in a beautiful southern flanking position of this next zone.
Okay, yes, but this is where I got to ask you, which team do you think at this point has the most challenging position to play from?
I mean, take your pick.
No, just one name. Just give me a random name. Any name. The first one that comes to mind.
The first one that comes to mind, I'm going to say the Mind Weapon.
Okay, so let's say that's the team that we think is going to be locking in that winner chicken dinner. Of course, now RUKH also going to be rolling on right behind them. So, looking at where the teams currently are situated, there's still quite a bit of opportunity over towards this northern edge, right? We do see a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a vacuum starting to be created over on towards, especially the northwestern side. But there's still so many teams who are yet to venture into this next phase. And looking at the current situation, the northern side, I think it's going to be a potential decisive play.
I mean, Virtual Gaming, one of the few teams that could be coming through from Severny, they have some massive opportunities here, or at least a lot of space to work with, giving them some great time just to plan out their assault onto these next phases. But you can see they're closing on up towards Blackjack. We can see the Mind Weapon, as we mentioned, they've now moved on in right alongside Rad, so we'll see how they'll be able to hold on to this one. But again, they're not going to be left to their own devices for much longer. We know that southern portion of the zone is jam-packed with teams.
Yeah, I mean, you do see the players there from URUS also now falling. VISTA moving in behind them. But here we go. It's going to be the Mind Weapon, Del Harp, keeping a very close eye. We got Rad just up on the ridge line, moving in from that southwestern side. The World of Battle moving in behind them. But as we take a quick jump back up north, it is going to be the Virtual Gaming squad now, potentially finding a few potential angles over on towards the Smash team. But it does seem like Smash are trying to evade a little bit of that damage as best they can. But that could be short-lived, as they do have Titans now right here alongside them.
They look a little bit hesitant. They look like they're trying to scout out a safe passageway for them to even get into the zone. Back and forth. You can see sticking into the vehicle's bun, trying to get some information that they can pass along to their teammates. And unfortunately, they're not finding an easy way out of this edge of zone. You can see Bun now all the way into the blue now because Blackjack have pushed them on up. And before that, it was Titans laying waste to their HP bars. So, yeah, it looks like Smash might just be opting for an elimination out in the blue, not to give anyone else some extra points.
Well, that's going to be a tough one. Oh, there we go. Hamori falling victim to the sprays. This is not the best position for Blackjack to be in. A very, very difficult spot to play from, as they are now solely reliant on what the terrain has to offer. But you can see the Titans getting ready for that push. They want to move the zone, sitting over on towards the western side. Again, very vacant, and that is a very tough run coming through as Blackjack now get picked on up. Meanwhile, VISTA and Lag getting ready for a bit of an exchange.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! But just pump the brakes here. Why are we throwing so many nades? It is explosive here towards this wizard tower, and lag. They're just cleaning up, man. They know what happened to them on Miramar, and they have come back with a vengeance. This time they are not looking to go down. Vista putting up a massive fight, but it won't be enough. Lag will reign supreme with those 3 eliminations. I do want to point out to you, DK, the Black Hand holding a very interesting pathing here for timeout because they want to cross the bridge, but it's Blackhand that's holding the other side.
Yeah, a little bit of that bridge trolling coming through from Blackhand. And I mean, it's not all too surprising. We've seen them play that kind of strategy before when placed in this kind of position. But now if we look on towards the southern side, it's going to be Lag, the World of Battle, and RUKH who could start to face off. But there we go. The battle is also continuing all the way up north, and this is what I like, is there's action all over the place. Look north, look south, it is going to be action. But now Teak not going to be settling for that just yet as they move up, looking to bring their teammates back into the fight. One Shot and Malik are going to be down for the count, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Virtual are going to be able to bounce back from this. Oh, but here we go. DWAS now tries to do it, and unfortunately Puncher denies them access.
Oh, that was good timing here by Titans. Virtual Gaming just got a res up, but Titans was so quick with that push on in. And this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier. The Blackhand was actually holding this bridge line, and lo and behold, Timeout actually fought their way through this bridge and have now pushed Blackhand away from this position, picking up a few eliminations on the way. So Blackhand, unfortunately, that bridge troll didn't quite work out, and they are reduced to only Plaza.
Well, let's see what Plaza has in store. And we know, again, also Plaza being one of those very, very capable performers. Sitting on the eastern side, not the worst place to be. Seeing that a lot of the action is either north or south. So it could actually work out quite well for them. But here we go, RUKH, keeping a very watchful eye as the World of Battle now get ready for a full-on push. Already one in, up comes the next, and that is again quick on the trigger. Muhammad now also going to be falling down. But let's see, will the World of Battle bring in those reinforcements? We still have Hazem just on the back end there. Up comes Kron. Oh, will this be the play? Yes, indeed. That is RUKH just getting punched right out of there.
Oh, that was a fantastic showing here from every single team that is jumping. So far, every single team that has jumped into these crazy engagements, they've really done their homework on how to hold and how to execute this as best as they possibly can. Or they're just absolutely fantastic in the face of chaos, just pure chaos. But let's wait for the zone and see how our final few moments of Erangel are going to be looking like. We still have a wonderful road right in the middle, so we'll see if it's going to be splitting the zone, and it will add a little bit of spice into this next phase. We can see Timeout and Titans just exchanging a couple of shots. RUKH actually jumping into that, and the Mind Weapon, DK, from your previous little bit of a question, still alive, still trying to hold on.
Yeah, they're definitely trying. I mean, you can't fault them on that. And as we now look over on towards the TIMEOUT clan, they are also trying to find a bit of an approach here. Already 4 eliminations to their names, so not the worst spot to be in. But looking at lag, as I'm experiencing a little bit of lag on my side, they are going to be facing into that zone, or at least over towards the World of Battle team. Both teams still having to find that next position moving into the zone.
Yeah, moving into the southern portion of the zone, they should feel a little bit of a sigh of relief if they could see the map like we could, but they can't, so unfortunately they won't feel it for now. There's not a lot of teams here towards the southwestern portion. It's really Vampires towards the most western side, and of course here towards the south we've got the Mind Weapon and Lag holding on strong, but the Mind Weapon experiencing a little bit of a brain freeze because all of a sudden Lag has swooped on in for the team elimination, and it's down to only one. It is down to potentially only none.
Mexico rushes in and gets the spray. Wow. Lag just lighting that puppy on fire. But here we go. Timeout. They just want to get the heck out of there. They just want to move into the zone. But I like this positioning being held by the World of Battle. Also playing some beautiful elevation positioning here. But, I mean, Timeout. I'm not quite sure where they're going to look to move to, Airs, because if they move too far west, they're going to run into the Vampires. If they move too far east, Titan and Lag will find them. If they go north, that's going to be RUKH.
I do agree with you. I can't see a safe way for them to work with this, but they're going to for now stick to just staying mobile, and they're going to stay mobile right into Vampire territory as there's a 1-for-1 trade, and now the final hits have to come on through. DK, they're looking for that confirmation.
Let's see. Oh, come on. Vampires now on cleanup duty. Trying to see if they can find a little bit of something, but Triple, they're going to come knocking on the door. Old boy picking up the nade. Is it going to find that spot into the window? Oh, it gets close, but not close enough. But Triple, they still have all their players up, and they can mount quite a bit of an assault here. Yalan having to try and patch that bar back up again. D3S also now just resorting to a little bit of that grass action. But, ooh, I see vehicles, and that could spell quite a bit of disaster now coming through here for Vampire.
The World of Battle in the center, feeling the brunt of the action. You can see Triple Esports just applying the pressure, and that might be all that it took. The World of Battle will be going back into the lobby, and we will be seeing a new team taking center position into the zone. Triple reigning on high with a beautiful number of eliminations and players. It is the only team that still has all 4 of their players up and alive.
Let's see, maybe that counts for something, right? Maybe they could have a triple dose of carnage just around the corner. But here we go. Titans now cooking up the utils, trying to reach up in towards Lag. But Lag forgetting that their legs are going to be in danger. Those shins, the ankles, can get hit from underneath, from below. But that is the blue zone applying that extra bit of pressure. Mexico already sitting up on 6 eliminations. 2/3 for the teams, total elims. But is that going to be sufficient? Will they be able to survive against the relentless Titan gaming squad just waiting outside?
I completely missed RUKH actually managing to get the members up. One of the other teams that have all of their members still alive. But yeah, towards Lag and Titan. Lag, not a lot of options left. DK, they have to kind of just make a run for it and hope their shots land.
Oh, well, we might not have to beg all too long, as you can see A9Q now just trying to evade the shots. But just tiptoeing on the air of danger here. The blue zone is going to be absolutely relentless. Oh, and Buncher locks it in. That is Lag. Well, not out of the woods just yet. Mexico trying to sneak on in. This next nade could be the one to seal the fate, at least for Titan. If they land it, off it goes. Is it going to be the one? It gets close, it misses. But now Mexico getting ready for the rush. Finds one. Will he find the next? The hits? No! Down goes Mexico. Buncher narrowly escaping.
That was so close. That honestly could have gone either way. I think Lag might have done enough, though, to just put the nail in the coffin of Titans. And there it is, courtesy of RUKH, moving on in for those final hits, and they will be picking up a beautiful amount of eliminations. Over towards Triple Esports as well. Hold up.
Oh.
I blinked.
Wow.
How?
Don't blink, Ez. You gotta put sticks in your eyes to keep them open. There's so much happening right here. But we are down to our final 2 teams. Well, it is a 1v4, right? D3S from Vampire. Now trying to see what they can piece together. Maybe they can find a little bit of something, or maybe this is just them delivering themselves on a platter to the side here of RUKH. Because RUKH, they just shook up the entire battlefield here.
I mean, this is... what more could you have asked for? RUKH just moving on in the final moments of this Erangel match. And there we go, bumper cars all day, every day, finding the final elimination. And congratulations to RUKH Esports for taking the final winner chicken dinner of the day. I mean, again, DK, how are we supposed to predict these things?
I told you. Just look at a random position, call a name, and maybe they win, right? Because that's pretty much just as much as we know. There's no way of predicting what to be happening out on the battlefield, and I have to say that that is absolutely amazing to have teams consistently stepping up, looking to shake up the performances here as much as they can, and they've done so much of that for the entirety of today.
It's been a beautiful showing. I mean, the first day of PMPL Africa, who would have thought what beautiful, beautiful surprises were laying in wait for us. I mean, what a showing from these teams to bringing this aggression just to show how ready they are for this new meta and to really take it on the chin and thrive in this aggressive era of PUBG Mobile. They have done beautifully, and I'm very excited for the rest of this week, for the rest of this PMPL Africa Spring season. But obviously, we still have to talk about that last match because RUKH Esports, out of nowhere, take the win.
Yeah, but it's not surprising, right? We've seen that happen in 4 games. Game number 5, no surprise to see these upsets come in, and what a glorious upset. So, you know, big congratulations going out to RUKH Esports for doing a phenomenal job. You know, just playing their positioning well, playing their numbers well, capitalizing where they can, and eventually taking that winner chicken dinner. I think, you know, going into a 1v4 for that fight, it's pretty tough odds, pretty steep odds to go up against. So, you know, you still got to give the respect there to D3S for still trying to make the most out of the situation they found themselves in.
Hey, you know, even though placements are a lot less, they still make a little bit of a difference. You're still adding a different set of points to your overall tally that you couldn't have before. And we know these teams are playing for those bonus points. They're playing for, you know, those fantastic rewards at the end of the day. But it's going to come down to every single day's performance. It's going to come down to every single point that you can manage to scrape on by to add to your tally, because it's going to make a difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams, they were scraping with buckets, right? Because they were picking up eliminations by the bucket loads across the board. It's just like, you know, it's like, might as well, you know, seeing that we're here, let's just get everything we can find.
Another one.
You know, and just adding to it. So it has been quite a bit of a race coming through, but an absolutely glorious Erangel coming right off the bat here. This last game, absolutely on fire. And I think it was a great way to close off the last match of the day. And I think we are going to be heading over into a few of those highlights as well, just to remind the viewers of all the insanity we had out on the battlefield.
Right around the corner, it might actually be, because, I mean, that last Erangel, we'll just get another taste of it, surely. I mean, we had such a balanced map pool today, but we had such an unbalanced set of performances. I mean, every single team took their own opportunity to be at the top, to be the dominators, to be the terminators for their respective performances and their respective maps. That I would like to see just how exactly that played out towards the end. How did RUKH manage to get in such a beautiful position and pick up the eliminations that they did? I mean, their timing was impeccable.
Yeah, the timing was definitely looking quite phenomenal. I mean, and they played so many different positionings, right? We saw them down on the southern side of zone. They moved over onto the east. They went further up north. They played quite a bit of an active, quite a bit of a mobile positioning as well. So we were talking about this back on the first Miramar, right? That mobility definitely being something that the teams can look to capitalize on. And that was something that we just saw now playing into fruition, right? RUKH doing exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way that these teams have just been rotating on into the final, you know, moments of the map, and how they've just been so good at solidifying their position, picking up eliminations. The third-party rule has been phenomenal. These teams have literally just been getting in those last hits. They've been farming up eliminations, and it's been good to see, because this is what you have to do in this meta. This is what you have to do to get yourself up onto the top of the leaderboard. So for RUKH, I applaud them. They brought in a performance we've been waiting for. They've been a little bit quiet, but they brought in a very, very solid Erangel. It's just, again, back to the same question for every single team. Where is the consistency? Because we know first day is a little bit crazy. What's going to happen tomorrow? Are we going to see the same?
Well, one thing that I can say with confidence is that we are going to be showing a lot of love going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And I mean, right, today I think it's definitely going to be a day of note. Sure, yes, it's the first day. A few teams having some very surprising performances, but as you've said already, it is going to come down to that consistency, right? This is not a race, this is a marathon. There are 3 weeks of gameplay that these teams need to work through, 5 days of action per week. So they constantly need to keep up with those map rotations, the group switches that are going to be coming in week to week as well. And of course, as we know, on Sunday will be that glorious VISTA cherry on top coming in as well.
Well, here we go. We've got the overall rankings. After day number 1, CRYPTICS will be sitting pretty right on top, but 1 point behind them. It is RUKH Esports, our last winners of Erangel today. Arab Golden not far off either. Wave, Titans, a beautiful showing from these teams. And the second page not looking bad at all, DK. 23 in 9th and 16th in, well, 16th.
Yeah. You know,
It
it's
works out
like
nicely.
it works. Yeah, if it works, it works. There's no point at looking, you know, too despairingly at these points. But of course, we know this is only page 2 of 3, as we have 20 teams that are participating. So curious to see what the points will look like once we move in. But I mean, there's not a lot separating the teams on the second page from the teams sitting over on that first page. So moving into tomorrow, the teams will need to step it up, right? They cannot slack for a moment, because based on what we've seen already today, it's going to be a pretty tough competition.
Yeah, and we're still sticking close. I mean, we've got 38 as the maximum. I can't remember the last time we've had such a close overall ranking after a single day of play. I mean, we've gotten used to before, you know, teams just smashing it out of the park, picking up a ridiculous amount of points in a single day. I remember in PMPL last season, we had a team actually able to pick up, what was it, 100 points in a single day? Or a single weekend of play, or something like that. But it was ridiculous. But again, placements have changed, and we have to just get used to this new trend of play that these teams are bringing in, and they've been, like we said, just adapting to it brilliantly.
Yep, they definitely have. And I mean, it's great to see that the teams have already also had a little bit of an opportunity to get themselves accustomed to this new meta, right? With the point system changing up, that has kind of forced the teams to play the game in a different way, right? So the strats that worked in the previous season of PMPL, it's not going to work in this one, because, you know, the points are different, right? Different expectations, but it does seem like the teams are super eager to step up to the challenge, right? They bring in that aggression, they bringing in a lot more of a dynamic approach, and this is what makes me so excited to see what is going to come through for the remainder of this 2023 season.
I mean, it's same but different, you know, like, compared to the format that we have in the previous season. Now bringing in those different points with the placements, it's brought in a new era of PUBG Mobile that these teams seem to have just been waiting for. They've been waiting for this focus on aggression, because we were worried that there were going to be teams who haven't yet adopted that aggression, haven't yet adopted that aggressive, you know, energy, that engagement-heavy play style. But so far, everyone is looking like they have been waiting for this meta.
Yeah, well, now it kind of forces it onto the teams, right? Either you keep up, or unfortunately, it's not going to look really well for you. So, first day, getting off to an absolute bang. A lot of aggression coming through, some pretty impressive elimination figures being brought in by our respective teams. And as we said before, this is just the start, right? Maybe it was the first day jitters, maybe it was just a taste of what is yet to come for the remainder of this week. We'll only find out as we move into our latter days. And of course, tomorrow we are going to be returning with the same groups, but a different map rotation. So the teams are not going to be starting off over on Erangel. Instead, they're going to be starting off somewhere else. And I think they're going to be starting on Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. So excited to see how the teams are going to be moving through these new challenges.
Yeah, we have a Miramar heavy day tomorrow. We've got 3 Miramars as opposed to the 2 that we only had today. So we had some ridiculous eliminations on Miramar, and I think we should be seeing that trend hopefully continue tomorrow, unless the rest of the teams all just collectively pick it up at the same time, which I won't be too mad about. No, I think we can bring it. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams really do bring that consistency, because again, you know, the jitters, the first day, all of that we've already spoken about. How is day number 2 going to look? How are the teams going to be looking after that first day of performance? You know, is this going to be the motivation they need? Or is this going to be a little bit of a worry for them that their first day didn't maybe go the way that they were hoping? I mean, especially for Giants from previous seasons, they have targets on their back. They have expectations on their back. If they're not meeting them, that might be a little bit of a mental game for them.
Well, there's only one way to find out, right? We got to get into the action. But I think that is pretty much essentially, you know, all that we can say about what we've been looking at today, right? What these teams have done, how they've performed, what the points look like, and of course, what our expectation is moving into the next and later stages. I just want to double check with production that we don't have any other graphics or something that we are going to be looking at. I think so.
We
Right?
wait for the production ears to tell us. For production to speak in our ears and tell us what else we might have to cover. But I think it was a good day, DK. I think this first day was a smashing way to start PMPL Africa, to just get back into the action, you know, to dust off the rust from not casting PUBG for so long, and good to be back in the action.
Yes, we can hear. All right, so I think on that note, we are going to be, well, saying a good night to all of you. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed all the action like we did. And of course, we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow as we move into a new day, even more action. So until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all back again soon.